Political power is the most misunderstood force in world building. We often treat it like a static object, something you seize or hold. But power is actually more like electricity. It is dynamic, it flows through specific channels, and it can be directed or stored or short-circuited. I call this the sovereign circuit model. And in today's video, I'm going to walk you through this model and then show you how it applies to empires and their rebellions in fantasy world building by compiling all of my videos on those topics. So as you're watching those videos, bear this model in mind. But before we get to them, let's talk about the sovereign circuit model. To understand how an empire rises, you have to start at the smallest level, the individual power unit. Every person, no matter their abilities, holds one unit of political power. However, following Hannah Arendt's work, this power is latent in a vacuum. It only becomes active and therefore usable when it exists between two or more people. Also, power can be given from one person to another or from a person into an identity. The story of empire is simply the story of how those individual units are harvested and moved. Central authority begins when people yield their power to the state, whether it's through a democratic ballot box or a subject bowing to a king. Power is siphoned from the individual and pooled into the state. Empire, however, is more than just one state. Empire is where one state asserts its will over diverse people. And that happens when the central state, with all the power of the core people in its polity, flexes its will and strips the political power of people in other polities. But how can that happen? How can a single state, who is after all outnumbered by the outlying polities, strip power of so many people? It uses identity multipliers. The total effectiveness of a group's power is not just the sum of its members, but the product of their identity multiplier multiplied by the power their members have committed to the identity. And all of that summed together. And as not all identities are created equal, so not all identities have the same multipliers. You have hard identities, where groups like the Spartans or the samurai have a very high multiplier. Because their identity is exclusive and rigid, their power is coherent, like a laser. A small number of the population can overwhelm a massive number if they have a high enough multiplier. On the other hand, you have soft identities. This is sort of a Confucian or inclusive model. This allows for a massive population, but it has a much lower multiplier. It provides stability over a large area, but is less effective for rapid, high-pressure forces. So why does that matter? It matters because in early empires, hard identities will be more powerful and will create empire. But in older empires, soft identities with extensive power will keep the empire together for longer. Okay, you don't need to remember all of that. Just think about the shape of the model. And let's watch my video on the life cycle of empire, the birth of empire, and writing cohesive cultures. And then I'll explain more. What is empire? What makes an empire rise, thrive, and eventually crumble into dust? Is it ambition or simply time? Are all empires destined to end? And is that the way it has to be in your fantasy world as well? That's what I want to talk about in my new world building series. How we define empires, the cycles they go through, and why and what those patterns mean for you, the fantasy world builder. Welcome. to episode 1 of Just-in-Time Worldbuilding's fantastical empires. Our first job in this series is to define what we mean when we say empire. It's one of those loosey-goosey words that can mean a lot of different things. So let's talk about what I mean when I say empire in this series. An empire is a major political unit where a single sovereign authority, whether a king, emperor, or elected senate, controls vast territories or multiple groups of people through direct or indirect rule. Okay, so that's a lot of words. Let's put some context on it. Empires are essentially a central state that exercises control over a collection of diverse states, territories, or cultures. I'm not talking about something like the United States, which is a federal republic. In an empire, these other countries, cultures, or regions retain some sovereignty. They often still have their own rulers or systems of governance. But these people are generally not citizens of the core nation of the empire. They might be citizens of the empire as a whole, but they are not regarded as part of the core nation. With some exceptions, like when Rome extended citizenship in 212 CE and so on. Look, history is messy, okay? I have to simplify some things for the sake of making these videos in any reasonable time span. The core nation itself can be ruled in any number of ways. It might be a democracy, a kingdom, or something else entirely. The same rule doesn't always apply across the whole empire. For example, in the Roman Republic, Rome itself was ruled by the Senate and the consuls, but the outlying territories like Gaul were governed by military governors who essentially acted as dictators within their jurisdiction. They weren't fully independent, but they didn't follow the Roman model of government either. For this series, I'm also adding one key criterion to the definition of empire. There must have been at least one peaceful transfer of power within the empire. This is to exclude empires like Alexander the Great. His conquest was essentially created by one man and fell apart after his death. A political one-hit wonder, if you will. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, but also you're not gonna survive my death. His empire fell apart because it was so dependent on a single figure, and there was not a chance to stabilize before his death. Now, there were some successor states like the Seleucid Empire and the Ptolemaic empires, but there was no transfer of power to a direct successor of the empire as a whole. If you would like me to explore these kinds of one-hit wonder empires in a future video, let me know. But for the purpose of this series, empires must have survived at least one transfer of power. Now, do keep in mind in this exploration that empires can be symbols of peace and prosperity or of exploitation and oppression, depending on how they manage their regions and who's doing the looking at the empires. And control over these regions can be achieved through a mix of incentives and coercion, military power, economic systems, cultural influence, and so on. Some empires integrate certain regions into their decision-making process, allowing those regions to influence the empire's directions. In others, the empire keeps its regions at arm's length, enforcing control with little regard for local input. And all of these are valid imperial models. For this series, the only requirement is that there must be a central state exerting influence over its regional territories. And that brings us to the historical examples we'll be exploring in this series. For this series, I'm going to explore 3 empires I know reasonably well. You might notice that none of the South American empires like the Aztec or the Mayan or the Incan are included in the series. That's simply because it's harder to find reliable information about them, and I'm not particularly familiar with South America's history. I will say that the Incan Empire is especially fascinating, with the quipu system for record keeping, and I might someday have enough amassed research to actually do a deep dive into using the Inca as a basis for a fantasy empire. Let me know in the comments if you'd be interested in a video about that. Anyway, back to the three empires I've chosen for this series. First is the Han Empire in China. Known for its administrative skill and stability, the Han Empire exemplifies a unique model of imperialism. Rather than imposing direct rule over its subsidiary states, it extracted tribute from them. I should note that this model did vary by region. Some territories were under direct military control, but most were semi-autonomous. The Han Empire unified diverse provinces through a shared bureaucracy and the guiding principles of Confucian ideology, as well as legalism under Emperor Gaozu in the earlier days of the empire. The Han Empire's major life cycle spanned from 202 BCE to 220 CE, although it's divided into two main periods: Western Han, 202 to 9 CE, and Eastern Han, from 25 CE to 220 CE. This division is caused by a brief interruption by the Qin dynasty under Wang Mang. The Han approach to its tributary kingdoms reflected a system of indirect influence and integration, a contrast to the more centralized control seen in other kingdoms, in other empires. Our second example is the Axiom Empire in Africa. This was a powerful African trading state that controlled key routes between India and the Mediterranean. Its influence model blended trade with religious expansion, converting many of its territories to Christianity. The Axiom Empire left a lasting cultural and religious legacy, particularly in the form of Ethiopian Orthodoxy, and was the second state to officially adopt Christianity as its state religion. Armenia was the first, adopting Christianity in 301 CE, with Axiom following 29 years later in 330 CE under the guidance of King Ezana and adopting Christianity as its state religion. Axiom's life cycle spanned from 100 to 1100 CE roughly. History being what it is, the dates are not as neat as they seem here. And it reached its peak influence between the 3rd and 6th centuries CE. Axiom is an excellent example of an empire where commerce, religion, and cultural influence were tightly interwoven to maintain control and unity. And our final historical example is that good old reliable Roman Republic leading into empire. This is the most familiar example on this list and is arguably the classic model of Western imperialism. It's essentially the template that the great European powers followed when they started colonizing, well, everywhere else. Rome is famous for its combination of military might, road building, and cultural exports. Its colonization approach often involved imposing Roman law, language, and infrastructure, systematically overwriting native cultures. This process is why we know so little about groups like the Druids or the Celtic peoples. Most of what we know comes from Roman sources, who were obviously pretty biased. Rome, of course, famously transitioned from a republic to an empire, and its life cycle spans a long and well-documented history that we'll explore in more detail throughout this series. And on that note, we'll also talk about how transformation from one state to another, like republic to empire, or like the Han interruption by the Qin, can actually help an empire's longevity. But more on that later. These three historical examples provide a foundation for understanding empires in the real world, but this is fantasy world building, and here we discuss fantasy too. So before we dive into the cyclical model of history, let's talk about the two fantasy empires we'll use as examples in this series. The first one is from the goat of fantasy, the grandfather of it all, Tolkien. We'll be discussing the Númenórean kingdom's rise, its fall, and its successor kingdom, Gondor. Now, yes, the Númenóreans were technically a kingdom, but they also did have imperial aspirations, and their fall created the successor state of Gondor, which is interesting to explore as an aftermath of empire. So, if you want to make sure you don't miss the episode where we talk about successor states, make sure you subscribe. And if you want early access to that episode, members get early access to all of my content. So for the price of a cup of coffee a month, you too can get early access to every video I have made up to date, instead of waiting sometimes as long as a month between me publishing the video and it being available for public viewing. Okay, enough of the pitch, back to the content. The other fantasy empire we'll explore is Adrian Tchaikovsky's Wasp Empire from Shadows of the Apt. This one is fascinating because it starts as a small nation unifying under a single leader and then evolves into a sprawling empire. We'll look at its rise, the leaders who expanded it, and its eventual fall, which mirrors the cyclical model of history that we'll discuss in a moment. But besides these two examples, I also want to hear from you, my audience. I've created a Google form where you can submit your ideas for an empire built around the cyclical model we're about to explore. At the end of the series, I'll be reviewing your submissions in a live stream where I'll analyze and discuss the empires you've created. And here's the fun part. My favorite submission of empire will win a signed copy of my first book, The Hidden Blade. So, if you're interested in participating, or just want to hear me analyze these community-created empires, make sure to fill out that form, and the link is in the description down below. All right, so we've covered our historical and our fantasy examples. But I keep mentioning this cyclical model of empire. So let's dig into cyclical history in the following section, where we'll explore the specific model we'll use for the rest of the series and how it applies to the rise, fall, and aftermath of empire. It has been said that history repeats itself. This is perhaps not quite correct. It merrily rhymes. Or so says Theodore Rake in his essay, The Unreachables. And when studying the history of empires, this seems like a valid statement. There are countless parallels that can be drawn between our historical examples. And there are several cyclical models of history that have been proposed, and in this series we'll touch on 3 of them. One forms the core framework for the series, while the other 2 will make appearances at various points. The first of these is Carlo Cipolla's model of human behavior, which gives us a unique way to look at the rise and fall of societies. In brief, he suggests that societies rise when intelligence dominates and fall when stupidity becomes prevalent, and we'll explore this further in the later episodes. The second model comes from the ancient Greek historian Polybus. He believes that states naturally transition through a cycle of 6 forms of governance. These 6 forms are monarchy, a just and wise ruler arises to restore order. Tyranny, over time the monarch becomes despotic. Aristocracy, virtuous elites overthrow the tyrant and establish collective rule. Oligarchy, the aristocracy grows corrupt and self-serving. Democracy, the people revolt, seeking equality and justice through popular rule. Ochlocracy, democracy degenerates into mob rule as discipline and respect for law erode, leading back to monarchy under a strong leader. Polybus believed the Roman Republic could escape this cycle because it had a mixed constitution, elements of monarchy, the consuls, aristocracy, the Senate, and democracy, the popular assemblies. Ultimately, he was of course wrong because the Roman Republic did fall, but his ideas still form the basis for modern arguments about checks and balances in governance. And we'll touch on Polybus's model when we discuss what makes an empire robust and how they extend their longevity and the role of governance in imperial success. However, the core model for this series comes from Sir John Glubb's The Fate of Empires. While Glubb proposed a rough 250-year lifespan for empires, I don't think the timeline itself is accurate or needed or even relevant. Indeed, the timeline is highly debated amongst historians, and few empires actually fit that duration, so ignore the timeline. What matters are the stages of an empire's life cycle, and those are strikingly consistent across history. And here is a breakdown of Glubb's stages. Pioneering. The empire is in its infancy. A city or a culture unifies the surrounding regions, laying the foundation for future expansion. Conquest. The empire grows, expanding its borders through military might. It's bold and it's ambitious and outward looking. Have you seen my little army? Let's take it that away. Commerce. Trade networks flourish, wealth spreads across the empire, even to subsidiary states, creating a golden age of prosperity. Which leads us to affluence. The empire enjoys stability and cultural richness. Art, trade, and luxury thrive. And from there, we move on into the intellect phase, where there are advances in science, literature, and philosophy that mark the peak of the empire's cultural achievements. However, such greatness cannot last, and eventually there is corruption and power struggles, overextension of military power and economic disparity and moral decay. Resources are squandered, often on military campaigns, rather than sustaining what made the empire great. And that period of decadence leads into decline. Internal strife, external invasion, or environmental factors lead to the empire's collapse. It might fragment, be replaced with successor states, or adopt a new form of governance to prolong its life. But either way, for that empire, it is good night. So, that model will form the backbone for our series. We will be discussing the pioneering and conquesting phases as one video. Then we will take on the Golden Age period, encompassing commerce, affluence, and intellect as one continuous phase. And our third video will be the decadence and decline phases. And then finally, we'll talk about the aftermath of empire, what happens when empires fall, the effect of transitions of government types in the core nation, and how successor states rise from the ashes. I hope you're excited for the rest of the series. If you've enjoyed this video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe so you don't miss the next episode. I've also decided to start a newsletter this year. I'll do one newsletter each quarter, and it will contain my deeper thoughts on videos and on my writing, as well as Q&A from you, my viewers and readers. The link to that is in the description of the video. And thank you to all the members of the channel who not only get early access to these videos, but also help me feed my cats every day. Empires don't just pop into existence fully formed. They start with a spark that lands in the tinder of a society that is ready to become an empire. Sometimes that catalyst is a visionary leader like Louis Bang of the Western Han. Other times it's a unifying ideology, as we see with the Axiom Empire's embrace of Christianity. But whatever it is, without the culture to rise around it, the spark falls on fallow ground and dies. So if you want an empire in your world, there's two things you need to start: the muscular culture and the catalyst that causes expansion. Welcome to episode 2 of Just in Time World Building's Fantastical Empires. Before a culture embarks on expansion, before it steps into the true imperial phase, it needs to be ready. A culture must possess certain traits that make it ripe for becoming an empire. Without these traits, it does not matter what kind of leader rises or what new technology emerges, the culture simply won't come to the party to form an empire. Remember, an empire expands. For that to happen, the people within the core culture of empire, the imperial culture, must be ready for expansion. Without this readiness, no spark or catalyst can transform the culture into an empire. So let's talk about the 5 traits that a culture needs before it can step onto the imperial stage. The first and perhaps most important requirement is a unifying cultural framework or mythos. This binds the population together, fostering loyalty and creating a shared sense of destiny. Examples include the Confucian values that held the Han dynasty together, or the Roman ethos of civic duty. Without this unifying story or system, the people won't share a vision of what they're building or why they should commit to it. A fragmented culture simply won't muster the cohesion necessary for imperial ambition. Think of every example from our 5 empires we used in the first episode. The Western Han adopted the mandate of heaven, the idea that their rule was divinely ordained. Rome had its founding myth of Romulus and Remus, the wolf-raised twins who built a city destined for greatness. Axiom also leaned into mythology and claimed to trace their lineage back to King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, tying themselves to divine heritage. Our 2 fantasy examples have equally epic founding mythos. Numenor was a gift by the Valar to Aedirn as a reward for their loyalty during the First Age, positioning Numenor as the chosen land. The Wasp Empire fosters the view that through their biological gifts, they are inherently superior to the other kingdoms. In each case, you can see the unifying effect of this mythos and cultural stories, and how it creates a shared identity and legitimizing authority. So if you plan to make an empire in your world, make sure your core culture has some epic founding mythos that creates this cultural unity. But that's only the beginning. The core culture must be in a particularly sweet spot, economically speaking. On the one hand, they need enough resources to outfit and sustain an army. On the other, there must be some economic pressure pushing them towards expansion. If a society is too comfortable, fat, happy, and content, they won't feel the drive to expand. But if they're too impoverished, they won't have the means to create or maintain an empire. So examples of cultures hovering on this fine tipping point are a population explosion, which strains existing resources, creating pressure to acquire new territory. Or the culture might be rich in one type of resource, but lack another critical one, necessitating expansion to trade or conquer what they need, the way that Axiom's Red Sea trade routes required. This balance of surplus and scarcity creates the conditions for imperial growth. Imperial cultures are often innovators. Whether it's technological breakthroughs, new administrative systems, or superior military strategies, innovation provides a critical edge over their rivals. Take the Han Dynasty, for example. Their irrigation system increased their agricultural output, enabling them to support a larger population and military. Or consider Adrian Tchaikovsky's Wasp Empire in Shadows of the Alps, where the wasp's unique biological ability to fire energy bolts gave them a natural advantage in warfare. These innovations don't just make a culture more powerful, they reflect the kind of ambitious, dynamic society that fosters imperialism. A culture that's stagnant or resistant to change or inward-looking and isolationist is unlikely to rise as an empire. External pressures or opportunities often drive expansion. These can be threats, such as the Chongnu raids that spurred the Han to secure their borders, or they can be opportunities, like lucrative trade routes that tempt a society into conquest for profit. Expansion can provide protection, wealth, or survival, but it's often initiated by some external factor. Think of Numenor's colonial expansion in the Silmarillion and Unfinished Tales. Their seafaring dominance wasn't just about exploration, it was driven by a desire to control the resources and assert power over Middle Earth. Finally, a culture needs to be on the rise and have leadership with a vision to match. We'll get to the leadership part in just a minute, but first I want to talk briefly about what a society on the rise looks like. For the purpose of this discussion, I'm going to turn to Chipola's model of human stupidity. Chipola identifies four kinds of people. The helpless. These individuals harm themselves through their own decisions, but provide economic benefit to others. In other words, their actions help society at their own expense. The bandits. These people harm others to benefit themselves. Their actions accrue personal gain at the expense of society. The intelligent. These individuals create benefit both for themselves and others, thereby raising the overall prosperity of society. And finally, the stupid. These people harm others while either harming themselves or, at best, in terms of no personal gain. Their actions provide no net benefit and often drag society down. According to Chipola's model, the proportion of intelligent and stupid people in a society remains stable over time, regardless of the society's state. Stupid people are always present, and their numbers do not fluctuate significantly. Importantly, stupidity in this model is not the same as being uneducated or lacking intellect. A highly educated person, or even someone with genius-level intelligence, can still act in ways that qualify as stupid under this framework. Stupidity here refers to behaviors that harm others with little or no corresponding benefit to the individual. A society rises when its helpless people and bandits tend towards intelligence. So bandits should minimize the harm they inflict while maximizing their gain. For example, instead of committing extreme actions like unaliving someone for a wallet, an unequal and destructive exchange, a smart bandit might engage in actions that yield higher personal gain with lesser harm, such as stealing a car with minimal damage caused. At the very least, bandits should strive for a 1-to-1 harm to benefit ratio, thus making banditry a zero-sum game for society. And helpless people should avoid significant self-sacrifice for minimal societal benefit. For instance, sacrificing oneself to ensure another person eats for one day is not sustainable. However, if a helpless person sacrifices in a way that secures a large benefit, such as, for example, 10 people survive for 10 years for their sacrifice, this can be considered a worthwhile contribution. For a society to be on the rise, both helpless people and bandits need to act in a way that pushes society forward, creating a foundation for growth. And that will create your healthy, rising society that is the first part of the kind of society you need for empire to form. However, a society on the rise is not enough. The elite of the society must also possess a vision for empire, a plan and ambition that transforms a thriving society into one capable of expansion and dominion. This elite group then leverages existing tensions or aspirations to mobilize the population. Now, this is where the idea of a single transformative leader, what historians call the great man of history theory, comes into play. Figures like Louis Bang of the Han dynasty are often credited as the founders of empires. But in reality, these leaders are usually symptoms of their societies, not the sole cause of their rise. Let's dive into that idea for a moment. History loves to celebrate figures like Alexander the Great, Napoleon, or Julius Caesar as singular forces that shaped their era. But the truth is more nuanced. These individuals didn't act in a vacuum. They arose in societies already primed for change. If it hadn't been Caesar, it might have been somebody else. Marco, for instance, and then maybe we'd call an emperor a Markon instead of a Kaiser. Of course, these leaders had an impact, but without the support of their culture, their achievements would have amounted to little more than speeches and unfulfilled ambitions. An imperial leader is a catalyst, not the sole cause. They need a society ready to embrace their vision. Now, fantasy plays by slightly different rules. A singular powerful figure like a Sauron or a god king or a wizard of unimaginable power can unilaterally create an empire. Their sheer magical might allows them to bypass cultural readiness that we see in history. But even in fantasy, this introduces an entirely different set of themes. Is it good for one person to wield that much power? Should a culture be forced into empire by the will of one being? These are fascinating questions to explore in your storytelling. But if you're not leaning into this all-powerful individual trope, your empire still needs cultural readiness, as we've discussed. So, those are the 5 key traits of a pre-imperial culture: a unifying mythos, economic readiness, innovation, external pressures, and a rising society led by visionary elites. Together, these traits create fertile ground from which empires grow. But speaking of growth, let's move on to the catalyst that ignites that transition, what takes a pre-imperial culture and launches it into the pioneering phase of empire. Hit the thumbs up button if you've enjoyed the video so far. Okay, so your culture is all revved up and ready to go, primed for expansion. What actually pushes it into that pioneering phase? There are 5 catalysts that can trigger this transformation. Let's break them down. Sometimes a single leader can act as the spark that ignites the flames of empire. Now, as we've just discussed, these leaders are a product of their culture. They don't create empires in isolation. The society has to be ready for them. But when the timing is right, a visionary leader can serve as a powerful catalyst. Let's return to the Western Han Empire and Liu Bang. After the collapse of the Qin dynasty, he rose to consolidate power and stabilize a fractured China, becoming Emperor Gaozu, first of the Han. Similarly, in Adrian Tchaikovsky's Shadows of the App, the first Wasp Emperor united the warring Wasp tribes into a cohesive military unit, setting the foundation for their imperial ambitions. Another common catalyst is an external threat or the perception of vulnerability. When a society feels under threat, whether from invasion, competition for resources, or strategic insecurity, it often innovates, mobilizes, and expands to secure its survival and dominance. For instance, the Xiongnu raids on the Western Han pushed them to expand and secure the Silk Road, both for defense and trade. Similarly, the Punic Wars drove Rome to dominate the Mediterranean, ensuring it wouldn't fall prey to a rival like Carthage. These threats forced both societies into action, turning their internal readiness into external conquest. At times, the lure of resources or economic opportunity is enough to set a culture on an imperial trajectory. This could be the discovery of new lands, the need for strategic resources, or simply a desire for wealth. The Roman Republic's expansion into Gaul and Hispania, for instance, was largely driven by the promise of land and minerals. The Axum Empire sought to control the lucrative Red Sea trade. By conquering key ports and using their navy to dominate the maritime routes, Axum secured both wealth and strategic advantage. Another catalyst is a breakthrough in technology or strategy. Advancements in military capability, shipbuilding, or administrative efficiency often give a society the tools it needs to project power beyond its borders. For example, Numenor's advanced seafaring allowed them to explore and colonize Middle-earth in Tolkien's lore. Or in our world, the Han dynasty's reforms of the failing tax system of the Qin dynasty provided a more stable and sustainable economic base, enabling them to consolidate power and expand. Technological and organizational innovations don't just make conquest possible, they also create the logistical backbone of an empire. Finally, there's the ideological or religious mission. This is when a culture is driven to expand by a unifying belief, whether it's a moral duty to civilize, a divine mandate to convert, or a cultural mission to bring order and enlightenment. For example, in Shadows of the Apt, the Wasp Empire believes in its moral and cultural superiority, using this ideology to justify their conquest. And in real-world history, the Axiom Empire reached its height after adopting Christianity as its state religion. This unifying faith not only consolidated their internal cohesion, but also inspired their mission to spread Christianity beyond their borders. I should say they were very much on the road to empire already before adopting Christianity, but the ideological change drove them to greater heights. Each of these catalysts transformed a society's internal readiness, its resources, ambitions, and pressures into external actions. They provide the why for expansion, taking a culture from preparation to execution. These sparks set the stage for the empire and pushes it through the pioneering phase towards conquest. And that's exactly what we'll explore next, the conquest stages of John Glubb's imperial model. Before we do, though, remember that I want to hear from you. I've created a Google form where you can submit your ideas for an empire built around the cyclical model that we're exploring. At the end of the series, I'll be reviewing your submissions in a live stream where I'll analyze and discuss the empires you've created. And here's the kicker. My favorite submission will win a signed copy of my first book, The Hidden Blade. So if you're interested in participating or just want to hear me analyze these community-created empires, make sure to fill out the form in the description down below. This phase is the second in John Glubb's cyclical model of empires. The first phase, pioneering, is what we covered earlier, the pre-imperial culture coming together with a catalyst. Now, in the conquest phase, the empire either solidifies their power or they flame out before they're even properly born. It's a risky business, and a lot can go wrong. So let's explore what happens during this critical phase and where these risks lie. The hallmark of the conquest phase is aggressive territorial expansion. Empires actively engage in wars, colonization, or annexation to acquire new territories. Often these actions are justified as defensive or preemptive measures. For example, the Western Han waged campaigns against the Xiongnu to secure their northern frontier. Or Rome, their conquests against the Etruscans, the Gauls, and the Carthaginians during the Republic were framed as defensive wars to prevent future invasions. But this expansion carries significant risk. Overextending without sufficient resources or administrative structure can lead to rebellion or collapse. Alexander the Great's empire is a prime example. It fragmented after his death because it expanded faster than it could stabilize. The conquest phase requires large-scale military mobilization and innovation. Empires invest heavily in armies. They develop superior weaponry and deploy new tactics to dominate the battlefield. For instance, Rome professionalized its legions, turning them into highly disciplined and adaptable forces. They also achieved engineering feats like advanced siege weapons. Or if we look to fantasy, the Wasp Empire in the Shadows of the Apt continually improved its technology, deploying increasingly powerful tools to fuel its expansion. However, failure to innovate or reliance on a one-dimensional strategy can be disastrous in this phase. Being a one-trick pony leaves the empire vulnerable. Someone will figure out how to counter your trick. The Carthaginians, for example, relied too heavily on mercenaries who lacked the loyalty of Rome's citizen armies. This was a large factor in their defeat during the Punic Wars, which ultimately led to the complete destruction of their culture by the end of the Third Punic War. Check out my earlier video about what happens to a culture after they lose wars. Empires in the conquest phase also focus on securing trade routes, monopolizing valuable resources, and building infrastructure to support commerce and logistics. The Han Empire's control of the Silk Road turned them into a central hub for trade. Rome's vast networks of roads facilitated economic integration and military movement. In fantasy, Numenor's dominance of maritime trade with Middle-earth during its exploratory phase provided the economic backbone for its imperial ambitions. But overdependence on fragile trade networks or resource extraction can leave an empire vulnerable to economic shocks. A sudden loss of trade or resources can derail an empire before it even reaches its golden age. Another key feature of the conquest phase is the projection of the empire's culture, religion, or ideology onto the newly conquered regions. This is often an attempt to assimilate or control subject populations. And all empires do this. Do not kid yourself, it's absolutely a trait of empire. Consider, the Western Han promoted Confucianism as a unifying ideology. The Wasp Empire in the Shadows of the Apt imposed its supremacist ideology on subjugated kingdom, enforcing loyalty through cultural dominance. The Axiom Empire spread Christianity both as a religious mission and as a means for strengthening its core identity. Rome exported its culture, language, customs, and legal system to its provinces, weaving conquered people into the fabric of empire. But this action carries risks of rebellion. If an empire imposes a culture or ideology that is too alien or too rigid, it can provoke resistance. In Shadows of the Apt, the city-state of Mina is a constant thorn in the empire's side. In our world, the early Assyrians faced constant uprising due to their brutal conquest strategies. These rebellions can strain a young empire's resources, preventing it from reaching stability. And finally, during the conquest phase, empires also build alliances with weaker states, absorbing vassals through diplomacy. This often involves offering protection or trade benefits in exchange for loyalty. Rome made extensive use of client states like Numidia. The Han Empire relied on tribute from vassal states as a key part of its system. The Axiom Empire's maritime focus led it to extract tribute from the surrounding African and Arabian cultures, rather than conquering vast territories. But the risk here is dependency. If the client states fail to uphold their obligations or turn against the empire, it can cause significant instability. An over-reliance on client states can leave an empire vulnerable if those states rebel or are co-opted by rival powers. The conquest phase is dangerous because it's a time of rapid growth and constant challenge. Empires face several risks during this phase, including overexpansion. Expanding too quickly can lead to economic collapse or administrative chaos. Alexander the Great's empire and the Mongol Empire both struggled to maintain cohesion after rapid growth. Over-reliance on military solutions. Empires that rely solely on military strength without integrating their conquests, often falter. For example, the Mongol Empire expanded rapidly but fragmented after Genghis Khan's death due to a lack of cohesive governance. Economic vulnerabilities, fragile trade networks, or resource dependency can lead to sudden collapse of the empire. Leadership crises. If an empire lacks the administrative infrastructure to survive the death or failure of a single leader, it can quickly fall apart. Alexander the Great's empire springs to mind as the example. And finally, rival powers. Growing too quickly often draws the attention of rival states. The Punic Wars between Carthage and Rome were a clash of titans, and the outcome could have gone either way in the end. The conquest phase is the time when empire feels brash, muscular, and ready to rock. But survival requires careful consolidation. If you want your empire to live through this phase, avoid overexpansion, balance military power with strong governance, integrate conquered populations effectively. And if you do those three things, you'll succeed. But remember, for every Rome or Han dynasty that overcame these challenges, there are countless others that collapsed before reaching their golden age. The conquest phase is both the most thrilling and the most perilous stage of an empire's rise. Will your empire make it through? Or is your world littered with the flamed out husks of would-be empires? Let me know in the comments. There's a glue that holds societies together, a force that binds cultures, gives them cohesion, and keeps them from unraveling at the seams. And when that glue fails, societies fracture, cultures splinter, and empires crumble. This vital glue is called social cohesion, and it's a concept every world builder needs to understand. Why? Because it's at the heart of creating believable cultures and empires, the kind that feels alive and enduring in your stories. Today, we're diving deep into social cohesion, what it is, why it matters, and how you can use it to enrich your fantasy worlds. We'll draw inspiration from history and tie it into the Imperial Worldbuilding series we've been exploring here on Just in Time Worldbuilding. Welcome to another episode of Fantasy Worldbuilding with your host, Marie Mullaney. While I've touched on social cohesion in a few past videos, like the one on rituals I released around Christmas, I realized that it's such a big and important topic that it deserves a video all on its own. So we're hitting pause on the life cycle of empires to focus specifically on social cohesion and its critical role in culture building this week. At its core, social cohesion is the sense of unity within a society. It's what keeps a culture connected and functioning, driven by shared values, trust, inclusion, and cooperation among its people, and between those people and the institutions that govern them. Think of it as the framework that prevents your fantasy society from collapsing into chaos, or as the fault lines that could one day cause it to fracture. The key elements of social cohesion are what bind a society together or tear it apart, and there are, to my mind, 4 of them. First, and possibly most important, shared identity. This is the cultural glue, things like traditions, religion, mythology, or even a common language that gives society a sense of we. It is what makes individuals feel as though they're part of a collective whole. For example, a fantasy kingdom might rally around a legendary hero or a sacred prophecy, uniting its people across generations. Secondly, inclusion and integration are pretty important to the maintenance of social cohesion. A cohesive society can integrate outsiders while maintaining its core identity. This means it can embrace some internal diversity without losing that overarching sense of unity. Imagine a fantasy city-state that welcomes traders and adventurers, but still preserves its deeply rooted cultural traditions. Balance is kind of key here. Okay. Third, the mutual obligations of a society is an important element in social cohesion. These are the unspoken or formalized bonds that tie people together, whether it be a feudal system, military service, patron-client relationships. These obligations create a sense of interconnectedness. We're all in this together and we owe each other loyalty and support. For instance, a dwarven society might have strict codes of honor and debt, reinforcing their tight-knit community. And last, but certainly not least, trust is a critical component of social cohesion. This is the faith people place in their fellow citizens, their leaders, institutions, or even divine mandates. Trust is the foundation of social cohesion, and when it starts to break down, when rulers become corrupt, institutions falter, or the gods themselves are called into question, social cohesion unravels. A fractious human empire riddled with corruption and mistrust would behave very differently from a tightly knit dwarven community, or even from an island society of elves who bask in the sun but share a sense of community. In storytelling, social cohesion breathes life into your fictional cultures. That dwarf clan, with its shared rituals and strong sense of community, will naturally act very differently from that human empire on the brink of collapse, or from that laid-back island where trust and camaraderie flow as freely as the tides. These distinctions all come down to the levels of social cohesion and how that cohesion is built or destroyed. Now that we understand what social cohesion is, the next question is, what role does it play in the rise and fall of empires, since we do want to tie this in to that series? So let's explore how this concept ties into that life cycle. Empires don't just rise and fall. They evolve, and at every stage of their life cycle, social cohesion plays a pivotal role. To explore this, let's revisit that life cycle of empires as outlined in The Fate of Empires by John Glubb. Empires rise through conquest, peak with prosperity, and ultimately decline, and social cohesion is the thread that weaves through that. As we discussed in Birth of Empires, which you can check out in the info card, in the early stage of empire, the core culture of empire, which is now expansionistic, has an incredibly high cohesion. This cohesion is built on shared identity, a sense of destiny, and strong institutions that embody the values of the culture. The conquered peoples may have lower cohesion, but the empire's core culture is rock solid. Take early Rome, for example. The Romans didn't just conquer, they assimilated. They entered new territories and Romanized them, creating a shared identity that bound the republic together. Their institutions were strong and their leaders embodied the virtues their culture admired. And this was the glue that held the early Roman Republic together. Even the military contributed to the social cohesion, and armies often do this. They often act as a microcosm of society. Soldiers from diverse regions bond over shared experiences, from fighting battles to celebrating victories or commiserating in defeat. Early empires frequently relied on their military not just for conquest, but also as a unifying force. Now, during this phase, the imperial culture is very robust. The people of the empire believe in themselves and their shared destiny. They have overcome adversity, they trust their leaders, and they feel like they're ready to take on the world. And this trust and shared purpose are part of what creates the cohesion necessary for empire building. Then, as empires grow and flourish, they reach their peak, but this prosperity comes with hidden fractures. At this stage, the empire is thriving by incorporating diverse cultures, but the more it incorporates, the more its core culture begins to dilute. The early cohesion that was so strong in the conquest phase starts to weaken. Wealth becomes another factor weakening cohesion. While prosperity increases across the empire, it's not distributed equally. Wealth accumulates faster in the hands of the elite, while the lower classes see slower gains. And inequality begins to rise, though it may be masked by the empire's overall success, and this plants the seeds of division. Another critical change during the peak phase is that of the bureaucracy. When early empires relied on personal bonds and dynamic leadership, peak empires depend on sprawling bureaucratic institutions. And these institutions can be efficient, but they can also feel impersonal and rigid. The average citizen may start to see the bureaucracy as a massive, uncaring structure, eroding their trust in the system. And you can check out how to build a bureaucracy in the information card. Rome again offers a clear example of this kind of cohesion starting to unravel. In the early Republic phase, Rome was all about shared growth. We're in this together. But as the empire expanded, wealth and inequality widened. The patricians no longer needed the plebeians, relying instead on the labor of slaves brought back from their conquests. The social contract between elites and commoners started to break down. And that takes us to when an empire begins to decline, social cohesion collapses. The core culture can no longer integrate outsiders under the shared identity. Every additional cultural group added to the empire further fractures the cohesion of the core. And at this point, the trust in institution and leadership is often completely eroded. Rome's decline is a textbook example. I'm talking Republic's decline. By its later years, the Republic had transformed into a state that served only the elite. The disparity between patricians and plebeians became unbearable. Political agitators like the Gracchi brothers seized on this inequality, and figures like Caesar rose to power, ultimately ending the Republic with the support of the disenfranchised plebeians. The institutions of the empire had become so rigid and corrupt that people no longer believed they served them. Corruption ran rampant, and the bonds of trust between citizens, between leaders, and between the people and their government had completely disintegrated. And this pattern isn't unique to Rome. The Chinese dynasties also followed a similar cycle, described as losing the mandate of heaven. When social cohesion faltered, a new imperial house would rise, restarting the cycle with conquest and renewed unity. Obviously, there might be some people who feel like this is very present today, and I get that, but bear in mind that these are just historical patterns. This is not a predictive model. Chill. We are not in the end days of the empire or the end days of the republic or anything like that. I'm just discussing the kind of overall pattern that happens with social cohesion and the causes behind it and so on. Okay? Don't come at me. Okay. Okay. What does all this mean for you, the fantasy world builder? So when creating your fantasy empire, ask yourself, where is the empire in its life cycle? Is it in the conquest phase? And the core culture will be cohesive, full of energy, and ready to assimilate others. In the peak phase, there will still be cohesion, but cracks will start to form. Wealth inequality will rise, institutions will become more impersonal, and so on. And in the decline phase, cohesion will be a distant memory, and your empire will be riddled with corruption and mistrust. That is, of course, where it's great to put a revolution, just on a side note. Anyway, regardless of the setting, whether it's medieval fantasy or a modern magical society or even a sci-fi empire, the dynamics of social cohesion remain relevant. The tipping point often lies where the lower classes find what unbearable. When the majority of the population feels left behind or oppressed, change becomes inevitable, often culminating in revolutionary change of government structures. And speaking of revolutions, if you want my thoughts on how to handle them in your world building, check out the information card on that topic. How do you use social cohesion in your fantasy world building? Let me know in the comments if you've implemented some kind of social cohesion in your cultures. And if you're curious about my own implementation of social cohesion and empires, and you want to support the channel financially, check out my books linked in the description of the video. I have an epic fantasy series that explores how the past influences the present. I have a science fantasy series that explores social stagnation and growth. And I have a rollicking good time if you like spicy novellas, because I have Under Talia Tethers, a series of novellas that explores pure spice. Sometimes it's not about the theme. Okay, enough of that. Let's dive into how social structures can strengthen or weaken social cohesion. One of the most powerful forces in shaping social cohesion is religion. Religion acts as a unifying or dividing force depending on its role within the culture. It provides moral code, shared rituals, and even explanations for the empire's rise or its decline. A strong dynamic religion can make a culture highly cohesive, while an old, corrupt religion can tear that cohesion apart. For example, if the priests in your fantasy culture are more focused on serving their own interests than meeting the spiritual needs of the people, that religion becomes a weight on social cohesion. Elites may exploit the religion's bureaucracy for their own benefit, leaving common people disillusioned. Historically, this was one of the factors that fueled the Reformation in Europe. The religion that once unified became a divisive force, benefiting the elite. Religion, much like empires, goes through its own life cycle, where cohesion can shatter under the weight of corruption. So when creating religions in your world, ask yourself, how cohesive do you want this culture to be? A dynamic and integrated religion strengthens cohesion, while a corrupt or fragmented one weakens it. Then, economic systems and wealth distribution also impact cohesion. And we've touched on wealth distribution before, but it is worth emphasizing. Economic systems are tightly tied to social cohesion. Wealth inequality in particular can shatter social bonds. If wealth accumulates in the hands of a small group of elites, while the majority of people suffer, those at the bottom begin to question the value of society. And this creates dangerous fault lines. Take Rome as an example. During its decline, the patricians no longer needed the plebeians for labor because of their conquest and taking of battle loot. Wealth inequality became unbearable, and the plebeians felt utterly disenfranchised. That inequality created the conditions for political agitators like the Gracchi and Caesar, who used that discontent to push through radical change. History shows us time and again that when people lose hope, they are primed for revolution. They become a tinderbox waiting for a leader to tell them, it's not your fault, your culture has screwed you over and you should take it back. This is not about modern politics, it is about patterns. If wealth inequality reaches a level where the non-elite class considers it unbearable, it breaks social cohesion. Have you explored wealth inequality in your world? What does it look like for non-humans if you've gone there on that level? Let me know in the comments. And let's turn to knowledge and education. The control of knowledge and education also plays a key role in social cohesion. In the early stages of empire, knowledge is often shared and people have similar access to information. This creates unity. As knowledge spreads, philosophical differences emerge, which can lead to some loss of cohesion. But the real trouble begins when elites restrict knowledge to maintain power. Cutting off lower classes from education stifles social mobility, and wars or corruption can destroy knowledge altogether. In a fragmented society where no one has a coherent understanding of shared truths, social cohesion disintegrates. When crafting your fantasy world, consider how accessible knowledge is and how it affects social mobility and cohesion. Going back to the Reformation that we spoke about, one of the big factors that led to it was the invention of the printing press and the democratization of knowledge that resulted, specifically knowledge of the Bible. Elites no longer had all the control of knowledge, and as such, the printing press exposed the cracks and led to the religious revolution called the Reformation. Or at least it was one of the factors in the Reformation. I know, look, it's a multifaceted, nuanced, complicated thing. Anyway. Editing Marie here. I realized that I did not explain the knowledge section very well. The problem with knowledge is when it fractures within your society, you start getting this disunity and lack of cohesion. But also, if your society is built on controlled knowledge, so people are told what they should know, or they are simply given the information without the source content, then your social cohesion lags behind. But if you then gain some kind of input that gives people access to knowledge that they did not previously have, like direct source knowledge, then that changes the social cohesion dynamic because it can destroy the trust that people had in the institutions that previously gave them knowledge. I hope that that clears up what I was trying to say in this knowledge section. The next point is military and civic duty. Shared service in military or civic institutions is another powerful tool for building social cohesion. This isn't just about armies. It could also include civilian service, where members of a culture contribute to the administration or well-being of their society. These shared experiences instill cohesive values and create bonds between individuals. Take Finland, for example. We require that our young men serve a term in the military, and many of the Finnish men speak of this time as a formative bonding experience. In a fantasy setting, a similar system could create strong cohesion among citizens. However, as empires decline, this shared service is often replaced by mercenaries or paid substitutes. When only elites benefit from these institutions, cohesion deteriorates. And then finally, shared rituals and festivals are one of the simplest, most effective ways to build social cohesion. Rituals reinforce cultural bonds and remind people of their shared identity. When these traditions are neglected or forgotten, the fault lines within a society begin to show. And I discussed this at length on my video on rituals, which I released over Christmas, and you can check that out in the information card for a deeper dive. But in essence, festivals and rituals act as a glue that hold a culture together. Whether it's a midwinter festival or a coming-of-age ceremony, these shared experiences suppress the ego and promote the collective identity. Social cohesion is the heartbeat of a culture and of an empire. From religion to wealth distribution, to knowledge, to civic duty, festivals and rituals, it all shapes the rise and fall of cultures. Whether you're writing about an empire on the rise or one teetering on collapse, or an isolated kingdom or a city-state and its culture, you have to consider what social cohesion exists in that culture, how is it maintained, and is it busy fracturing? Is it busy strengthening? Is it peak? So, where is your culture in its social cohesion journey? How does it maintain cohesion? And what forces are pulling that cohesion apart? Let me know in the comments. If you have questions about this topic that you'd like me to answer, join my quarterly newsletter for exclusive insights, giveaways, a Q&A section, and behind-the-scenes content. The link is in the description, so sign up today and don't miss out. And thank you very much to all the members of this channel who not only get early access to these videos, but also help me feed my cats every day. Alrighty, so that's how empires fall. But how do empires stay together? To understand that, you need to understand how to strip people of their power so that they feel powerless to rebel. Now, you can use direct hard power, like in the case of Spartan control over the Helots, where a small ruling minority used concentrated institutional power to dominate a numerical superior population. The Spartans, though vastly outnumbered, maintained their dominance by building a militarized state whose sole function was to suppress Helot autonomy. In this case, power stripping occurs not only through legislation, but through strategic use of state machinery. And this is where technology and magic and fantasy can play an outsized role. Common techniques include inflicting symbolic punishments like solitary confinement, which isolates individuals physically and hence removes their power. Remember, power only exists when it's there between people. But these symbolic punishments also function as negative multipliers for any identities that oppose the state. Essentially, this functions as public warnings that discourage collective resistance. The state can, of course, also use violence and executions, which not only removes opposition, but generates fear, lowering the multiplier effect of opposition identities. And finally, the state can monopolize economic and technological resources. And this is basically where the tools of the state, developed through the pooled power of the dominant group, are deployed to enforce disenfranchisement, ensuring that your subordinated identities, your helots or whoever you're oppressing, are cut off from political agency and economic independence. However, while this type of aggressive power stripping is certainly possible, it's not the cheapest way to siphon off power. There is another way. A sovereign can prevent rebellion not just through force, but through controlling the population before they even rebel, through reshaping the culture of the polity. And there are a few techniques that can be used here. First, hegemony. As Antonio Gramsci argued, the state maintains control by making its power seem natural. We see examples of this during feudal Europe, where the noble class was seen as chosen by God, and thus rebellion was heresy. Propaganda can also be used effectively to create both hopelessness and encourage the sense that the state, the means of being ruled, is natural. This can be done through a few techniques, like better the devil you know. This commonly manifests as, yes, I know the state is bad, but the other options are worse. Another great technique is whataboutism. Well, what about the rebels stealing those farm implements? That's bad too. And finally, everything is lies. When the state floods so many lies into society that people lose track of the truth and simply believe that all political actors lie, faith in the system breaks down and apathy sets in, resulting in political power going dormant. All of these are powerful tools, but the last one I want to explore before showing you my video on honor codes is the power sink. This is when the state, or the identity that holds the most power in the culture, encourages sink identities, high-intensity identities that are politically inert. These identities soak up an individual's power units, leaving them with no energy to plug into a sovereign identity that could challenge the state. And there are two very prominent examples of these. First, the loyal servant. In some authoritarian or caste-based societies, entire social classes are trained to see obedience as a virtue. These individuals may have access to information and tools, but their identity as loyal functionaries prevents them from exercising power autonomously. This creates the effect where loyalty to the system is greater than loyalty to truth or justice, and these servants become a firewall against rebellion from within. And then there's the second example, which is the warrior without a political voice. In many hierarchical societies, especially empires or military states, warriors may be granted honor but denied political voice. Their identity centers around discipline and valor, but not decision-making. This creates a high-intensity identity that's externally directed, preventing internal rebellion, even when suffering under elites. Honor codes are often used to create this identity. So bearing that in mind, let's watch my video on honor codes and the golden age of empires.
You have insulted my honor, sir, and I demand redress. Well, not you personally. I mean, I'd probably lose if I actually fought you. But it is the topic of today's video. Honor codes, what they offer you as a fantasy world builder, how to make them, how to break them. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. If this kind of topic interests you and you'd like to help me keep making these videos, you can hit my Ko-fi page or buy my books, links down below. Okay, let's get cracking. First, what is honor? So, at a very high level, honor can be defined as your value to society. It generally comes down to a set of codes that define how you should behave given a certain class or a certain set of skills that you hold. Often, this kind of honor-based society results in very intricate and stratified class levels and very intricate and stratified shows of respect. How deep you bow to people, how do you establish rank, how do you greet a superior, how do you greet an inferior, how do you say goodbye to people, even something as simple as giving gifts to each other, and whether you can accept a gift or whether you can even offer a gift to somebody else. Honor often results also in shame being a thing in your society. Now, it is important to understand the difference here between shame and guilt. Guilt is when the law establishes that you are guilty of something. But shame is a much more subtle thing because you might not be guilty of one specific thing. You might be ashamed because you have failed your society. You have failed the tenets of your honor code. And your society might very well enforce that shame by putting pressure on you to behave in the way that the society expects you to behave in a way that garners honor. And that shame can be weaponized. The best way that I've seen that demonstrated is in Catherine Kerr's books, which are set in a sort of Celtic-inspired world. And in this world, you have bards who have basically freedom of speech in order to protect the people from lords who go too far. And these bards can create what are called flyting songs. Now, these flyting songs are basically satirical lambasements of a noble. So, for example, in one of her books, there's a noble called Otto who is not as generous as he should be. And there's a bard who crafts this flyting song about how Otto is such a miser that he even steals from his own peasants. And at one point, Otto does something that makes the king very angry. And the king gets the bard to stand up and sing this song in the Great Hall before all the people. And this causes Otto such shame that he actually starts plotting that bard's downfall, which is actually against the laws of Devery. If you harm a bard, you're hanged for it. So you can definitely weaponize shame in that fashion. And in fact, in the latest books by Catherine Kerr, The Sword of Fire, the book opens with a bard starving themselves to death on the steps of a lord's castle in protest to the lord ignoring flighting songs and ignoring the justice that the lord is supposed to bring to the people. And that kind of action also comes from our world. People have done it in the past, but it is actually where seppuku originated from. The Japanese tradition of killing yourself actually originated as a form of protest action. It's saying that my lord has given me an order that I believe to be against my honor. Now, I cannot disobey him by the tenets of Bushido, so I will kill myself in protest of these orders and bring shame to my lord's name. At least that was the originating principles. So when you're designing your honor code, think about shame and how it is enforced by the society around which this honor code exists. And if you like that discussion on shame and honor codes, hit the thumbs up button and let's talk about actual specific honor codes. So in order to tackle this subject, I'm going to talk about the two famous ones from our world, the chivalric code and the code of Bushido. Starting with the chivalric code, which was defined really in 1170 to 1220. Now, the chivalric code had its roots in the much older noble habitus. So let's first take a look at those virtues. The noble habitus code was forbearance, hardihood, liberality, honor, being a good ruler, protecting your people, not oppressing them, and loyalty. So you can see that these attributes were basically about being a generally okay dude and not oppressing the people under you. And they were an outgrowth, a kind of fusion between the Roman cultures and the Germanic cultures. And out of this noble habitus grew the actual chivalric code, which of course there were many codified versions of. I'm going to take the kind of generally established chivalric code elements, which is courage, justice, mercy, generosity, faith, nobility, and hope. You can see where those origins comes from. Nobility comes from the be a good ruler, or it's sometimes called the Davidic ethic from David from the Bible. And you can see generosity coming from the same place. Of course, loyalty is there, courage and justice, and all of these things around your conduct on the field of battle. A great example of this kind of code implemented in a fantasy world is, of course, Westeros from Game of Thrones. Now, what is really interesting about the way that George R.R. Martin did this is that the code is there. And there are people like Sir Loras who pay at least lip service to it. They at least look like they're obeying the code. And then there are people like Sir Gregor Clegane, the mountain that rides, that clearly do not meet any of those virtues. And yet he remains a knight. Why? Because he doesn't care. The shame rolls off him. And that's the thing with these honor codes. If you have people who ignore the shame that they feel, the honor code starts breaking down. And that means that the society starts crumbling, because your society is not built on these strong laws. These are not enforceable strictures of law. They are things enforced by the society. The fabric of that society starts breaking down when you get people like the mountain that rides that just outright ignore all the codes and elements of the honor code that they're supposed to live by. Okay, so how does that contrast with Bushido? So Bushido comes from Japan, and it was the code that the samurai lived by. It was codified quite late, although it had an oral tradition going back a long way. The tenets of Bushido are integrity, respect, courage, honor, honesty and sincerity, duty and loyalty, and compassion. I am sure that you can see the thread between these, and I will talk about that more in a little bit. But first, I want to talk about an implementation of the tenets of Bushido in fantasy, and that is Raymond E. Feist and Janie Wirtz's world of Tsurani, the Empire of Tsurani. Now, the culture here is a very Eastern-based, very samurai-based culture. Shame can result in suicide, and it can be weaponized. In Daughter of the Empire, Mara, the main character, weaponizes suicide against her husband. So she makes her husband, she sets up a situation where her husband is so shamed he has to commit suicide. Even here, you can see the subversion of the elements of the culture, because this is where interpretation of honor is very important. And in the first book, we see this in the instance of Papaweu. So when Mara is grieving for her father and her brother dying on the world of Mtkemia, she goes into the contemplation glade where none but the family are allowed. And while she is there, she is attacked. Papaweu enters the glade and he defends her from the assassin. He saves her life. But none are allowed to enter the glade who are not family during a period of mourning. And so Papaweu is supposed to be condemned to death. And he requests permission to commit suicide, and Mara says no, and everybody starts preparing to hang him. And she's like, no, that's not what I meant at all. He must wear the black rag of the condemned. So everybody can see that he's under a death sentence, but I'm not going to kill him now. What this allowed her to do is to keep her best warrior in service, even though technically he should have died. And that kind of fine, nuanced interpretation of honor is what makes that first book phenomenal. It is one of my favorite books in terms of exploration of politics and honor for that reason, for that very, very fine nuances. In the second book of that series, Servant of the Empire, Mara gets a slave from Mtkemia called Kevon, and they start boning each other, whatnot. And then there's this one incident where Kevin needs to pick up a sword to help defend Mara. And there are other people there, other people of rank there, and they're all like, that slave can't pick up a sword. And she's like, well, that slave just saved your life. Did you see him pick up a sword? Because I didn't. And that samurai's like, nope, I didn't see him pick up a sword. And they're all like, nope, didn't see him pick up a sword. And that kind of blindness is another indication of that kind of nuanced view of honor, that sometimes you have to look away. Sometimes you have to be blind to what's right before you. And you can actually see the difference between what, say, Gregor Clegane was doing, where he just outright ignored the codes, versus what was going on in the Empire of Tsurani, where Mara still played within the rules, but she threaded a very fine, delicate line of honor. And if you like that discussion of Bushido versus chivalry, hit the thumbs up button. And let's talk about some other examples of using shame and what impact magic has. So first I want to talk about Avatar: The Last Airbender and Zuko's character arc. So when we meet Zuko, he is shamed. He's not guilty of anything. He didn't do anything wrong, but he did something that caused his father rage and shame, and his father exiled him for it. Now Zuko is trying to regain his honor, and that is his driving motivation. But through the story, Zuko learns that only he has his honor. You cannot give your honor away. It cannot be taken from you. You have your honor. And that lesson is then one that teaches him that he was never actually shamed. And that was a very interesting journey in terms of honor and shame and the driving force and a character who doesn't overcome the original premise, but instead grows beyond the original premise to realize something deeper about his life as it was. So what you can say about Zuko is that shame drove him on his terrible path, but honor led him out the other side. The other element that I want to talk about specifically applying to fantasy is how honor codes are impacted by magic. And here I want to talk about D&D's paladins. So a D&D paladin has a code of honor that is enforced by their god. And if they stray away from that code of honor, they lose their power. And that is the impact of a real god driving a real set of behavior. So if Westerosi gods were real and knights had power based on their code of honor, Gregor Clegane would have lost his powers based on his behavior. And I think that it's very important to consider that in your world, especially if you have active real gods. If you have active real gods, why do people get away with breaking their honor codes if they do? Are the gods such that you can bargain with them? Can you thread a fine needle? Or do they look into your heart and see what you really mean? Or how does that relationship work between the gods and your honor code? And if you like that discussion of magic and honor codes, hit the thumbs up button. And let's talk about how to design your own honor code. So call me cynical, but you will have noticed that loyalty exists in both chivalry and Bushido. And the reason why it is often regarded as the most important of the virtues, is because, of course, these things are enforced and driven by a society with somebody at the top who wants the people below them to be loyal to them. So 9 times out of 10, your honor code is going to have something about how you need to be loyal to the people above you, because that just is how the cookie crumbles in terms of the people above you figuring out the honor code. There's also likely going to be something about respect in the honor code, and that's probably going to drive some respectful behavior in your society, like how you greet people, how you say goodbye to people, how you establish rank, and so forth and so on. You're probably going to have something about honor itself, so the kind of code feeding itself with that honor. If it is a militant order that is governed by this honor code, you will have something about behaving with courage. If it is, say, an assassin's guild tied to this honor code, it'll probably be something connected to never getting caught or never revealing the secrets of the order or something like that. Some kind of conduct around which this honor code is built, how you must conduct yourself in the theater that this honor code governs. The rest of it kind of depends on your society. Let's say you're a very heavily religious society, you're probably going to have something about faith in there. Let's say that you are a more philosophical-based society, like the Neo-Confucius society that gave rise to Bushido, then you're probably going to have something about integrity in there. And quite often, you will have something about looking after the less fortunate in your society, just to kind of make the code appeal to the less fortunate in the society, so that they can look at that code and say, well, that's what the knights are supposed to be. They're supposed to be generous to us, and that's why we, the peasant population, give them our loyalty. So without that element, what you will too often find is that the lesser people become jammed in a box by oppressive overlords, and eventually they will rise up and overthrow the overlords, which obviously you don't want, so you want to have some measure of compassion in your honor code. Then very importantly, how is it enforced? Is it the shame and the peer pressure of society? Is there an actual court of honor where you have to go to defend yourself if you've been found guilty of honor breaches? Is it a magical code of honor? So something happens to you if you break your honor code, whether by God or by magic or some other means. And how do you redeem yourself if you fail? Is it a case of death before dishonor, and if you're dishonored, you commit suicide? Or is there a path to redemption, a quest you can undertake, a means by which you can cleanse yourself? So give some thought to the shame of failure and how you recover from that failure. So those are my thoughts on honor codes in fantasy worlds. Which honor code do you like best in a fantasy world? If you like this video, give it the thumbs up button. Maybe check out my video in when matriarchy makes sense in a fantasy world. And I will see you soon for another video from Just in Time Worlds.
Every successful empire reaches a pinnacle, a moment when it seems invincible. Trade routes hum with activity, wealth pours into cities, and art, science, and culture flourish. This is peak empire, and life seems beautiful. Today, we'll explore this moment of glory for our empires. But this is no mere victory lap. The Golden Age is as much about the cracks as it is about the glitter. Welcome to episode 3 of Just in Time Worldbuilding's fantastical empire. The Golden Age of Empire is a phase characterized by commerce, affluence, and intellectual achievements. These three interlocking stages form the backbone of an empire's most prosperous era, as defined in John Glubb's cyclical model, which we're using as the backbone for our discussion. So let's examine those three phases in the context of our historical and fantastical empires, starting with the foundation of imperial wealth, the commerce phase. The commerce phase marks the beginning of the Golden Age, where economic activity surges, driven by trade and the efficient movement of goods and resources. Empires establish vast networks to maximize wealth, often integrating conquered territories into their economic systems. From our examples, the Han Dynasty epitomized this phase with the development of the Silk Road trade routes, which connected China to Central Asia, the Middle East, and even Europe. Silk, spices, and porcelain flowed outward, while gold, horses, and other goods returned. This trade not only enriched the empire, but also strengthened its political and cultural ties across the vast regions. And if you want my ideas on how to build such a trade route, check out the information card linked right here. Turning to our second example empire, Rome's economic backbone was its unparalleled road system, much of which still exists today, which facilitated trade and military movement. The Mediterranean Sea, often called the Mare Nostrum, or Our Sea, became a Roman-dominated trade hub. Provinces like Egypt supplied grain, while Hispania provided precious metals, fueling the empire's growth. And in Africa, Axum thrived as a trading powerhouse, dominating the Red Sea trade routes. It connected the Mediterranean world to India and beyond, trading gold, ivory, and frankincense for luxury goods like spices and textiles. The spice must flow isn't just for fantasy. It also has its historical applications. Axiom's control of maritime commerce made it a wealthy and influential state. And how about our fantasy empires? Numenor, according to Tolkien's Legendarium, was a dominant trading empire because of its mastery of the seas. Its fleet brought wealth and power, but this economic expansion also fostered arrogance and exploitation, laying the seeds for its eventual downfall, the fault lines Sauron would exploit. Similarly, in Adrian Tchaikovsky's Shadows of the Apt, the Wasp Empire expanded its economy by subjugating others, extracting tribute and resources to fuel its relentless growth. The Wasps are a very interesting example in this case because, like the Romans, different parts of the empire were in different phases of the cycle. At the borders of the empire, the war machine grinds on, conquering new territory and putting those nations in the conquest phase, while closer to the heart of the empire, the Golden Age begins to take hold and territories become wholly part of the empire. And we'll talk more about the conquered territories in just a bit, but for now, consider that different parts of your empire can be in the commerce phase, while others are still in the conquered phase. And let's move on to the affluence phase, where wealth truly blooms. Once wealth accumulates, the empire enters a period of affluence, where prosperity seeps into the lives of its citizens, though not always evenly, as we discussed in the episode on social cohesion, which you can check out in the information card. Art, luxury, and monumental architecture flourish during this period as the empire showcases their might and sophistication. Let's hit our examples to see what that might look like. Affluence in Han China was marked by the flourishing of cities like Chang'an, filled with bustling markets and grand palaces and intricate gardens. This was also the era of paper invention, revolutionizing administration and knowledge dissemination. Rome's affluence is best symbolized by monumental projects like the Colosseum, aqueducts, and sprawling villas for the elite. The Pax Romana, Roman peace, created a stable environment that allowed the arts and culture to thrive, benefiting both Rome and its provinces. And Axiom's affluence is evident in its monumental obelisks, which serve as symbols of wealth and power. The empire's elites enjoyed a lavish lifestyle supported by the riches of their trade networks. And turning to fantasy, the wealth of empires truly shines in this affluence phase. Numenor's marble white cities, adorned with towering spires, embody affluence. The island's splendor was a beacon of its dominance. But beneath the gold and silver lay growing disparities and dissatisfaction. In the Wasp Empire, technological advancements led to vast industrial centers, showcasing the empire's industrialization and might, but also fostering inequality and unrest among the subjugated kingdoms, breeding resentments and the seeds of the eventual fall in the heart of empire. Affluence is a great phase to set your empire in if you don't really want to futz too much with the politics of the empire. There's enough underlying fault lines to create some narrative tension, but the empire is pretty stable. And if you don't want to handle its rise and its fall, this is a great spot in its history in which to set your story. It's at the plateau of its greatness, not yet falling and not rising. But maybe you do want a bit more tension than that. So let's talk about that phase that trembles right on the edge of decline, when the culture reaches its height, the intellectual phase. The intellectual phase represents the peak of an empire's cultural and scientific achievement. Philosophers, scientists, and artists thrive, leaving a legacy that often outlives the empire itself. In the Han Empire, Confucian ideals reached their zenith during this period, shaping governance and social ethics. The creation of detailed historical records like Records of the Grand Historian by Sima Qian solidified the intellectual legacy of the Han dynasty. Rome saw an explosion of literature, philosophy, and engineering feats. Figures like Virgil, Seneca, and Pliny the Elder contributed to a rich intellectual heritage, while Roman law became a cornerstone of Western legal systems. Axiom's adoption of Christianity not only solidified and unified its territories, but also spurred theological advancements and cultural integration. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church became a lasting testament to Axiom's intellectual contributions even after its empire fell. In our fantasy example, Numenor's lore masters and scholars preserved knowledge that would influence the ages to come, even as their hubris began to darken their legacy. In the Wasp Empire, meanwhile, The Wasp Empire's intellectual advancements focused on technological superiority, creating weapons and tools that reinforced their dominance but alienated their subjugated neighbors, including the infamous bee killer substance. The Golden Age is a time of dazzling brilliance, but as history and fantasy remind us, it's also precarious. The same wealth and achievements that define the era often sow the seeds of overreach, inequality, and decline. For your fantasy empire, the Golden Age is a perfect moment to show both the heights of its splendor and the cracks forming beneath the surface, without necessarily needing to explore the depths of the fall. Alrighty, now that we understand what the Golden Age is and why it's cool, it's time to move on to the non-imperial cultures gathered under the Empire's boot. And if you want to ensure that your Golden Age of world building keeps flourishing, you could join my newsletter for exclusive content. I have a quarterly newsletter in which there are exclusive insights, giveaways, and behind-the-scenes content. Subscribers also have the opportunity to ask questions on my website, which I will answer in follow-up newsletters, and which might feature in future videos on this channel. The link is in the description. It's completely free, comes out 4 times a year. What are you waiting for? Go sign up today. Okay, enough of the pitch. Back to empires and their conquered territories. Okay, so here's the other side of the Golden Age. While the imperial core enjoys prosperity, the conquered regions tell a very different story. For the subjugated, life under empire is a complex balancing act between assimilation, resistance, and survival. As we said earlier, different parts of the empire can exist in entirely different states at the same time, reflecting the empire's uneven control and integration. So, let's start with those cultures that get assimilated and see what impact that has on those people. Some conquered regions embrace the imperial culture, willingly or reluctantly, blending their own traditions with those of their rulers. This process of assimilation strengthens the empire's cohesion, but often erases or suppresses the unique identity of the conquered. Romanization is a great example of this, and it transformed regions like Gaul and Hispania. Local elites were often co-opted into Roman administration, adopting Roman laws, Latin language, and customs. Infrastructure projects like roads and aqueducts tied these provinces into the imperial system, creating a shared identity that endured long after Rome's fall and can still be seen in their languages. However, not all regions assimilated equally. While Gaul embraced Romanization, Britain remained much more tenuously integrated. Now, over in China, the Han Dynasty's integration of border regions relied on Confucian ideals and administrative reforms. Local leaders were often educated in Confucian principles and brought into the imperial bureaucracy, ensuring their loyalty. Yet regions like the Qingnu borderlands resisted deeper assimilation, creating a patchwork of control. And coming back to the West, to the African empire of Axiom, they used trade as a means of cultural assimilation. Coastal regions along the Red Sea often adopted Axiomite customs and later Christianity, fostering a shared identity, especially through the religion. However, inland areas frequently retained their distinct traditions, operating as semi-autonomous vassals rather than being assimilated into the Axiom Empire. And we can see the same kind of effect in our fantasy examples. In Tolkien's Legendarium, Numenor's influence over Middle-earth varied. Some regions, like Eriador, welcomed Numenorian innovations, while others saw their arrival as an encroachment. The Numenorians' growing arrogance turned cultural exchange into cultural dominance, sowing resentment even as their influence spread. And the Wasp Empire and Shadows of the App didn't even make a pretense at being anything other than conquerors. They just imposed their ideology like jackbooted thugs and their technological advancements all over their subjugated kingdoms. Some groups adapted to Wasp rule, adopting their practices and technologies to survive or thrive, but this came at the cost of their cultural identity. Jackbooted thugs, man. That's what the Wasps are. Okay, so that's when cultures are assimilated into the core imperial culture. But what about those cultures that push back? Let's talk about cultures that resist the empire. Not all conquered regions submit quietly. Resistance, whether open rebellion or subtle defiance, is a constant threat to imperial stability. The Golden Age might be a time of prosperity for the core empire, but on the fringes, the struggle continues. For example, resistance defined Rome's relationship with regions like Judea, where multiple Jewish revolts drained resources and forced Rome into costly campaigns. Similarly, Britain's resistance under Boudica demonstrated how fragile Roman control could be at the empire's edges. And on the other side of the Silk Road, the Qingnu raids on Han territory exemplified resistance at the border. While the Han expanded and solidified their core, the frontier regions remained volatile, requiring constant military vigilance. And in our Red Sea trade empire, Axum faced resistance from Arabian tribes as it expanded into southern Arabia. These conflicts strained Axium's resources, showcasing how even a dominant trading empire can't fully control all its territories. And we see this on the fantasy side as well. The Shadows of the Apt series opens with the conquest of Mina, but this city also embodies resistance, repeatedly rebelling against the imperial yoke. That rebellion forces the empire to divert resources to maintain control, even as its golden age flourishes elsewhere. And of course, Numenor's expansion into Middle-earth was met with growing resistance, particularly as their presence shifted from benevolent guidance to exploitative rule. This tension set the stage for Sauron's eventual manipulation of the discontented. Okay, so that's outright assimilation and fierce resistance. But is there a third way for the conquered nations to follow? I'm glad you asked. Let's talk about adapting without losing your identity. For many conquered regions, survival is the name of the game. These societies adapt, finding ways to coexist with their conquerors while preserving their cultural essence. Over time, the survival strategy often plants the seeds for future successor states or revolutions. In the Roman context, some regions like Egypt preserved their local traditions under Roman rule. While Rome imposed its systems, the Egyptian religious and cultural identity endured, influencing some Roman practices and setting the stage for later cultural rebirths. As we spoke about in episode 1 of the series, the Han used a tributary system in many border regions, allowing local leaders to retain some autonomy as long as they acknowledged Han dominance. This arrangement allowed these regions to preserve their traditions while still contributing wealth to the empire. And in fantasy, our best example of this is the Bee Kingdom from Shadows of the Apt. They often found ways to maintain their traditions while outwardly complying with imperial demands. These covert acts of cultural preservation became rallying points for later rebellions. What about your empire? Not only should you let me know in the comments below, but you should hit the form I've created for submitting your empire using this cyclical model. I'll go through those submitted empires in a live stream and cover the ones that I enjoyed the most. In addition, the empire I like best will win its owner a signed copy of my first book, so check that out on the link below. Okay. So I think at this point it should be clear that a crucial aspect of imperial life during the Golden Age is its uneven development. While the imperial core enjoys affluence and intellectual achievements, frontier regions often remain in earlier phases of conquest or commerce. This disparity can both fuel the empire's growth and create tension. And we can see this pretty clearly in our examples. While the Roman heartland basked in the Pax Romana, Britain and Judea simmered with rebellion, and the Germanic frontiers faced constant military pressure. The Golden Age in Rome was not universal. It was fragmented by geography and local circumstances. And the same applies in the East. Central China thrived during the Golden Age, with flourishing cities and Confucian reforms. But the border regions faced raids and they remained militarized zones. Those disparities highlight how even the most prosperous empires juggle multiple realities. The conquered people of an empire are never a monolith. For every province that embraces the empire, another resists, and yet another finds ways to endure. These regional differences are the lifeblood of storytelling in imperial settings, offering layers of complexity and conflict in your world. As you build your empire, consider how its golden age shines differently depending on where you stand, under the gilded dome of the capital or in the shadow of the empire's reach. And if you've enjoyed this video so far, hit that thumbs up button and let's talk about the cracks beneath the glitz of empire during the Golden Age. While the Golden Age dazzles, it hides 4 pretty giant fractures, which will come into play in the next video in this series, but we'll cover them briefly here. The first is wealth inequality. The empire grows rich, but its elites grow richer. This disparity alienates the lower classes, as we discussed in the video on social cohesion. The second crack is cultural dilution. As diverse cultures integrate, the core identity of the empire often weakens. Think of Rome's reliance on non-Roman troops, which eventually challenged its cohesion. As we said in the cohesion video, when an empire is young, it's really good at integrating other cultures. But as it settles into the Golden Age, it can no longer integrate people without losing parts of its core culture. The third crack is overextension. Maintaining vast territories and bureaucracies strain resources and trust. Axiom's overreach into the Arabian Peninsula is a historical example. In fantasy, Numenor's exploitation of Middle-earth triggered its eventual downfall. Even the Rome and Chinese empires struggled once their realms grew to a sufficient size. And the WASP expansion into the lowlands would see its attention on the core of its empire dilute to the point where its fall became inevitable. And then, of course, there's crack number 4, bureaucratic rigidification. At its peak, the empire's administration becomes sprawling and impersonal, eroding the trust of its citizens. Instead of a dynamic and flourishing government, the structures of power become more bloated and more expensive to maintain, until giving aid to a citizen costs 2 or sometimes even 3 times more than the aid actually rendered in terms of bureaucracy and snarled red tape. These cracks are warning signs of the decline phase to come, and your world building can lean into these elements to foreshadow the fall of your fantasy empire, if that's where your story is going to go. And indeed, those widening cracks are what we'll discuss the next time when we talk about the decline of empire and what can be done to kick the fall of the empire can down the road and lengthen the life of the realm. So make sure you stay tuned for that. But when building your golden age, consider the following questions. What does prosperity look like in your empire? How are benefits shared between regions? How do the conquered cultures react to empire? Which of them are assimilated, which resist, and which adapt and survive? What signs of future decline are present during the Golden Age? And how does your empire maintain social cohesion as its diversity grows? Empire may shine at their brightest in their golden age, but the seeds of their downfall are often sown in the same soil. Use this phase to show the height of the glory and the shadows lurking underneath. And if you enjoyed this deep dive into the Golden Age, hit like, subscribe, let me know in the comments how your fantasy empire peaks and what it costs. And if you want to ensure that your Golden Age of world building keeps flourishing, you could join my newsletter for exclusive content. Man, I really wrote that. Lord, I suck at this YouTube stuff. Anyway, exclusive content. Can you believe I wrote that? Fucking hell, the golden age of your world building. What was I thinking? Okay, so we've spent a lot of time figuring out how empires win, but we know they don't last forever. So how do the rebels ever win? A revolution occurs when a counter-identity emerges that is harder or more cohesive than the state's current multiplier. There are counter-identity types that I want to highlight. First is the Big Tent. The French Revolution used liberty to create a massive, wide-diameter pipe for power. Then there is the specific wedge. The American Revolution used no taxation to target the specific mechanism of stripping power. And then there is the primal counter-identity. The Finnish independence used the ethnicity of Finns to create a high-pressure multiplier that the state's pipes could no longer maintain. So, I want you to bear that in mind as we watch coups, rebellions, revolutions, and the death of empire. So first, before I get into the meat of today's video, do not try this at home. Political plots require a high point. They require a watershed moment after which nothing is the same. There are 3 ways in which political plots can resolve: rebellion, revolution, or palace coup. Today, I want to talk about palace coups. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds. My name is Marie Mullaney. If this kind of content interests you, please do hit the subscribe button. I also do have a Discord server where you can connect with me and other world builders, and you can request additional video topics. Okay, let's get cracking with palace coups. First, what is a palace coup? A palace coup is essentially the overthrow of the ruler, usually through non-violent means. This is your silent conspiracy where the leader and maybe 1 or 2 others are assassinated and a new leader is installed, and the next morning, when people wake up, there's a new king on the throne as if by magic. Why would there be a palace coup? The primary driving force of a palace coup is normally ambition, and this is one of the main forces that I'll analyze in my examples, including Cashil's Chosen, Robin Hobb's Farseer trilogy, and Judith Tarr's Isle of Glass. But you can also have a coup as a form of self-defense, where you are replacing the leader before they can chop your head off. I think that this was one of the driving forces behind Cersei's palace coup in A Song of Ice and Fire in the first book Game of Thrones, which will also be an example that I will be looking into. Then your last 2 reasons are basically one reason, which is you're replacing a bad ruler or you're doing it out of genuine principles. So replacing a bad ruler would be like Catherine the Great from our world. Her husband, Peter, was genuinely not suited for the throne of Russia. You could also argue that Cersei was in a way doing this because Robert was so unsuited for the Iron Throne that his rule was close to a disaster. And then lastly, you could be replacing a ruler out of principle, as was the case when Brutus and his conspirators murdered Caesar, which we will also discuss as an example of palace coups. So let's take a look at these examples and see what we can learn about them in how to construct effective palace coups that either succeed or fail as your plot requires. I'd like to start at the bottom with Caesar's murder by Brutus and the conspirators of the Senate. It is a good example of a partially succeeded, partially failed coup. On the one hand, they did kill Caesar, so they did remove the leader. But the coup itself, I would count as a failure, because instead of replacing Caesar with what they wanted, which is a return to Senate rule, what happened was it kicked off a war that ultimately killed the Republic and resulted in the birth of the Empire, which is basically what Caesar was, right? He was the first dictator for life. The reason that this coup failed was because they didn't have a leader ready to take over when Caesar was murdered. The coup immediately fell to infighting amongst each other. Mark Antony escaped, creating a loose end situation, and ultimately they entered war. And he won. Mark Antony won, and the empire was born. I think the biggest lesson from a palace coup perspective that one should take from that failed coup is that it's all very well to kill the leader, that's step one. But if you don't have step two ready, if you don't know what's going to take the leader's place, and that step isn't solid, your coup will fail and result in chaos, and nature, abhorring a vacuum, will find and insert a leader not necessarily of your choosing. So if you want a successful palace coup, you need to have a leader ready and willing to step into the gap once the old leader is dead. That leader also needs to have commitment and needs to be ready to think on their feet. And that brings me to my second historical example, which is that of Catherine the Great of Russia. Now, the interesting thing about Catherine the Great is that she wasn't Russian. She was a Germanic princess called Princess Sophie, who was actually rebaptized as Catherine, but her husband, Peter, who she was brought to marry, who was actually the heir to the throne, was completely unsuited for the Russian throne, and all he wanted to do was suck up to the Prussian emperor. Catherine, on the other hand, rapidly became the darling of the Russian court, and when Peter's mother died and Peter ascended to the throne, it became manifestly clear that he was not well suited to the throne and that his wife would make a much better emperor. When the conspirators felt Catherine out about this, she indicated that she would not be averse to something happening. Their conspiracy was discovered, however, and here the brilliance of Catherine really shines, because instead of letting the conspiracy fall apart or begging for Peter's forgiveness or fleeing, she donned armor, mounted a horse, got the conspirators' military forces behind her, rode through the streets of St. Petersburg and arrested her husband. The conspiracy fell apart around her, and yet she didn't let that stop her. She just bulldozed through the coup using a new plan, adjusting from the old one. This is a prime example of a leader driving a coup to a successful conclusion, even when it starts to fall apart around them. So if you want to tell the story of the actual coup, have bad things happen. If you want the coup to succeed, just make sure that your leader has the charisma and the chutzpah to drive the matter forward, even when everything is falling apart around them. Okay, so those were two historical examples, but what about some fantasy examples? Now, I do need to issue a warning here. Every single book that I'm going to discuss, I am going to spoil. You can't talk about a palace coup in a fantasy novel and not spoil the plot. So if you intend to read any of these books, I will give a few seconds warning each time, and you can use the chapters down below in the description to skip over the specific books that you don't want to have spoiled. First, let's talk about Cashil's Chosen by Jacqueline Carey. If you do not want to have this spoiled, skip ahead now. So the bare bones of the plot is that the villain, Melisande, has married the Queen's uncle, Benedict, and she has conceived a child with him, a pure blood heir. The Queen is coming on a royal progress to visit her uncle. And the plot is that the Queen, Ysandra, will be assassinated and then Benedict will take her place. The assassination of the Queen is foiled by Phaedra, the main heroine of the story. But, as Melisande says, when this is successfully foiled and she is actually arrested and the Queen's uncle Benedict is killed, she says, "I am not finished." She sends word to Terra d'Ange, to her co-conspirators there, that the Queen is dead, even though the Queen is not dead. And the reason why she does this is because it creates a situation of misinformation. Her co-conspirators back in Terra d'Ange can call the Queen an imposter. And because one of her co-conspirators is the commander of the armies, he can literally attack the Queen with the full force of her own nation. So this use of misinformation is incredibly intelligent. Sometimes you don't even have to kill the person. You just have to have everybody else think they're dead. What's very interesting here is that this misinformation is in part countered by using coins that have been stamped with Ysandra's profile. And if you want to learn more about my take on fantasy currencies, building them and using them in your plot, you can check out my video on fantasy currencies right over there. So that is Cashil's Chosen, from which we learn how to use misinformation in plotting a coup. Next, I'm going to talk about Judith Tarr's Isle of Glass. Skip ahead now to avoid spoilers. Isle of Glass is historical fantasy, set in England during the reign of Richard the Lionheart. The pronunciation of some of these names are Welsh. I'm trying to get them right, but English isn't my first language and I've never even heard Welsh. So if I get them wrong, please do forgive me. In the Isle of Glass, the main villain is Ruthreg, and he puts in place a plot to get three kingdoms, England, Gwynedd, and the fantasy kingdom of Rhaena, at war. His plan is to see three kings involved in the war and hopefully dead on the battlefield, and then potentially seize the crown. His plot is ultimately undone because our main hero, Ulf, who is what I would describe as a she-fae, foresees what he's doing in a prophecy and manages to first delay Richard in his march on Gwynedd and finally convince him to make peace rather than war. It is a great book which I highly recommend. But what do we learn from this book in terms of planning a palace coup? Firstly, magic can be a great addition to countering of a coup if used judicially. Ulf can see the vision of what would happen, but Richard doesn't want to believe him, so convincing the king is a large part of the story. Secondly, manipulating external politics into your coup can create a fantastic diversion, allowing you to strike while everyone is looking the wrong way. Now, Rithric did fail, but that's hardly his fault. He was, after all, a man playing against a fae, hardly a fair fight. So from Judith Tarr, we've learned how to use external politics to create internal strife that allows a coup to take place. Let's turn our attention to Cersei from A Game of Thrones. Oops, forgot the spoiler warning. If you don't want Game of Thrones, the book and the TV series Season 1, spoiled for you, skip this chapter and on to the next in the description. So what Cersei did was remarkably intelligent. She didn't actually poison her husband. She just ensured that he was in no state to go on a hunt and then let a wild boar take care of the rest. Boars are very dangerous, and if you control what the king is eating and drinking, you put it into a situation where it's very, very easy to make it look like a complete accident that he died. But what's more interesting to me in the whole Cersei plot is how rapidly she moved afterwards to eliminate dissent. And this is important. Even if your coup is successful in killing the main target, the leader, and even if you can then get your leader on the throne, in this case, her son, you can still have dissent, and that dissent can either poison your rule or result in a counter coup, which can result in the ultimate failure of your coup attempt. Cersei moved with enormous speed to counteract this in arresting Ned. Ned was the immediate dissent, the counterpoint to her narrative that the king was dead and the king's son was taking over, and she moved fast as lightning, had him arrested, and ultimately he was killed. The lesson from Cersei's coup is the moment you hear a voice of dissent, move swiftly and ruthlessly to silence that voice. Finally, I can't talk about coups and not talk about Robin Hobb's Farseer trilogy. If you have not read the Farseer trilogy and you don't want it spoiled, skip ahead now. I'm going to be talking about all 3 books. Okay, here we go. In Book 1, we are introduced to Fit, Chivalry, and Regal. For the purpose of this video, all we really need to know is that Regal is the ambitious younger prince to his brother Verity, who is the rightful king-in-waiting, or crown prince if you prefer, and Fitz is a royal bastard, trained as an assassin, who is also a mage wielding the forbidden magic of wit. In Book 2, Royal Assassin, Verity, who's basically running the kingdom because the king is ill, decides to leave Buckkeep to try and gain the help of the legendary Elderlings with the kingdom's Red Reaver problem. The Red Reavers are only important to us in this video because they provide an external conflict that allows the internal strife to grow. Many folks see Verity's quest as a fool's errand, and it leaves Regal free to work his plots more easily. Fitz and Verity's queen, Ketterkin, leave to quell a raider attack on one of the coastal duchies, and while they are gone, Regal makes his move. He says that word has come that Verity is dead and makes himself king-in-waiting in Verity's place. You see how once again misinformation plays a role? Fitz ends up using magic to determine that Verity is still alive, but like Ulf in the Isle of Glass, he can't do much with this information. He ends up captured by Regal and tortured, and well, the book doesn't end very well. Regal has apparently pulled off a successful coup. But Verity is still alive, and this is the big problem with using misinformation. The truth is out there, and it can come back to bite you. There is a saying in my world of the hidden blade: ghosts are nothing but the phantoms of an ill-disciplined mind, but loose ends will come back to haunt you. And that would prove to be the case in Book 3 of the Farseer trilogy. And before we get into that, there's a quick plug. The Hidden Blade Sungwheel Chronicles Book 1 is available to pre-order now and releases on 10 September 2021. Okay, let's get back to Robin Hobb. In the final book, there's a lot of activity dealing with the Red Reavers, which I'm not going to cover here. It's not central to the politics, but it is very cool, and I highly recommend reading the books. It involves dragons and pirates. I mean, what's not to love? Anyway, as part of all the fun and games, Regal's coterie of magic users are broken, and that leaves him open to Fitz's magic. Fitz breaks his mind and makes him fanatically loyal to the people of the Six Duchies and to Ketterkin, Verity's wife, and the mother of his heir. I should probably add that Verity himself has turned into a dragon at this point. Again, very cool, but not really central to the politics. There's a lot going on in these books. Anyway, point is, Fitz uses magic along with the truth of Verity still being out there, albeit in dragon form, to successfully counter-coup.
Because the farcier books are definitely the feel-good books of the century, Fitz then has to leave the Six Duchies, leaving his own daughter behind to keep her safe from his enemies. These books provide a great example of everything we have learned so far about palace coups. So, what have we learned about palace coups besides please don't try them at home? Make sure you have a leader who is ready to take over. Make sure that you have the ability to move fast and to adjust to changing plans. Make sure that you have secrecy around your methods. Remember, the chance of a secret getting out is equal to the square of the people who know it. The less people in on the conspiracy, the better your chance of success. And finally, do not leave loose ends. Loose ends will kill you. Coups are watershed events. Nothing is the same after they've happened. So if you do have a coup and it is a failure, remember, the guys who were involved in the coup don't just come back from that. They'll end up dead or at best exiled or in jail. And if you have a coup that is successful, the same applies. Your leader is probably dead or exiled at best, and your conspirators are now in charge of the country and have to deal with that. It is a massive climax, and after it, everything should be different. Finally, do not forget about magic. Loki in the Avengers is a great example of having a coup without actually replacing the leader as he takes Odin's place. You can also use magic to spread disinformation or otherwise assassinate the leader. I hope that you have enjoyed this episode on political watersheds, specifically the palace coup. My name is Marie Mullaney. You can support me by buying me coffee on ko-fi.com or by buying my book, which is available on pre-order on Amazon, link down below. And I will see you soon for another episode of Just in Time Worlds. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up button if you did enjoy this. When Robert Baratheon defeated Rhaegar Targaryen at the Battle of the Trident, the rubies from Rhaegar's armor scattered across the ford, and it was forever after known as the Ruby Ford. This was the culmination of a successful rebellion waged in Westeros, the political climax of a long and bloody plot. But why do rebellions happen? What are the circumstances that breed them, and why do they succeed or fail? These are questions I'll try to answer today. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. I've previously spoken about the palace coup, which you can check out over there in the info card, but that is not the same as a rebellion. And a rebellion is not the same as a revolution. Someday, when I'm feeling very brave and have a lot of time to shoot a video, I might do a video about revolutions. But today, I want to talk to you about rebellions. A rebellion is different from a coup in that it involves a large portion of the population rising up to replace the leadership of the government. They're not seeking to overturn the government, that's a revolution. They're seeking to replace the leader. Using history and fantasy alike, let's take a look today at why rebellions happen, how they play out, the importance that leadership plays, and what the fallout of rebellions can be. If you like this kind of world-building content, do consider smashing that subscribe button, and if you'd like to help me make more of these videos, buy my book, The Hidden Blade, or hit my Ko-fi page, and more about that at the end of the video. I also do have a Discord server where you can connect with me and other world builders. Okay, enough of that. Let's get cracking. So why do rebellions happen? Ted Gurr has got a very interesting model where he states that a rebellion is the result of value expectation mismatching with value capabilities. An example of this would be, let's say you shell out the money for a degree and you have the expectation that this will give you a better paying job. But because you are a first-time college graduate, nobody else in your family has graduated from college, you don't have the network of influence that other families have if they are third or fourth generation college attendees.
This leads to you not landing as good a job as those who have a long history of college graduation in their family. This leads to the unhappiness of value capability mismatching with value expectation. If enough people in a society experience this kind of mismatch, this will lead to the unhappiness that creates a rebellious society. And if you do want to read more about Ted Gurr's model, it is linked down below. Unhappiness alone doesn't lead to rebellion. It just leads to unhappiness. A society also needs to have a Goldilocks zone of oppression in order to create a rebellious situation. Rebellions don't flourish in open societies where you can replace your government. There is no need to rebel when you can affect the change that you want to see in society. Rebellions also don't flourish under a truly iron fist like North Korea. If the government's hand is clenched on the throat of the population, there is no way for them to rebel. So for a rebellion, you need a Goldilocks zone of oppression. Not so much that people can't do anything, but not so little that people can effectively change their government. Is that enough? Is that all you need? Unhappiness and a Goldilocks zone of oppression? No. Generally, a rebellion needs an initiating event. In the rebellion that I referenced in the opening scene, the rebellion was initiated by the Mad King burning Ned Stark's brother and father. This caused Ned Stark and Robert Baratheon and the other lords to rise up against him. For a historical example, the Polish Zeworowski rebellion kicked off when King Sigismund tried to force Parliament to approve a permanent standing army for Poland that would be financed and would answer to the king. At this time, the Polish monarchy was a constitutional monarchy that answered to the Polish parliament. Sigismund was trying to change it into an authoritarian model, and this kicked off the rebellion. That kind of initiating event is gold to a world builder and to somebody writing a story, because it sets the tone for your rebellion. If you want people to be sympathetic to your rebellion, make the initiating event something terrible. If you want the government to be sympathetic, make the event something that the government was forced into doing, like they had to execute somebody because he broke all the laws. But the rebels use that event and propagandize it into starting the rebellion. Now, as I said, a rebellion requires the input of the people. It is not a coup where you have the military and the elite involved. This is the uprising of the people against the government. Therefore, your rebellion has to have enough popular support among the people to get them behind the rebellion. So there either needs to be propaganda getting them on board, or the event needs to actually hit them where it hurts. And we will look at some more examples when we talk about leadership in rebellions. If you like this kind of exploration of root causes of politics, please do hit that thumbs up button. And let's move on to the role that leadership plays in rebellions. As I said, for a rebellion to work, you need people to be willing to lay down their lives for the rebellion. You need soldiers. This means you need hearts and minds. You need the common man to identify with and support at least part of the rebellion. Historically, we can see this most clearly with the English peasant rebellion in the 14th century, led by Wat Tyler. Just for some context, let's cover why this rebellion happened. The king, Richard II, wanted to levy a poll tax. A poll tax is a pretty harsh form of taxation where a uniform amount, no matter what you earn, is required to be paid by every person in the land. The crown needed this money in order to pay for the massive cost of the 100 Years' War. This poll tax came on top of an attempt by the Statute of Labour, which tried to fix the maximum price of labour. Yep, I said maximum price of labour. See, the Black Plague had so decimated Europe's population that peasants and labourers were in such short supply they could almost mint their own coins. So between the poll tax and the Statute of Labour, the crown was touching the peasants pretty hard in the wallet, and if you touch a person in the wallet, you are going to make them unhappy. So the peasants started rising up. But it's not enough to just have manpower. You need leadership. The peasants elected a man called Walter Tyler, or Wat Tyler, as their leader. Leaders such as Wat coming to the fore is often a core part of telling the story of the rebellion. We don't know much about Wat's story, but he successfully led the rebel army to capture Canterbury and the Savoy Palace belonging to John of Gaunt, the king's uncle. They finally marched into London and captured the Tower itself. Of course, the government also has leaders, in this case the king, who insisted on going to speak with the rebels. He and Wat met, and Richard agreed to some concessions. But Wat was riding high on his success, and the next day he demanded more, including the confiscation of church lands. Fighting broke out in the course of the negotiations, and Wat was badly wounded. He was eventually taken by the king's men and beheaded, and the rebellion fell apart after that. So much for the history of the peasant rebellion. If you like hearing about historical examples to draw from in world building, give this video a thumbs up, and let's check out a few fantasy rebel leaders. A good example of this kind of kill the leader and the rebellion dies can be seen in Glenn Cook's The Black Company, specifically the first book. If you have not yet read it, skip now to Fallout. In The Black Company, we're dumped in the middle of a story with our main protagonists as a group of mercenaries who are employed by the government who is suppressing a rebellion. And throughout the book, every time a rebel leader dies or is turned, the narrator makes a big deal out of it, and indeed, right at the end, the rebellion falls apart when the last leader dies. People milling around is just a mob. They can do damage, but they're not replacing a government. For that to happen, you need leadership. Another great example of this is how fast the Northern Rebellion collapses in A Song of Ice and Fire once Caitlin and Robb are dead. It went from King in the North to, oh, we're just loyal subjects of the crown, my lord, real fast after the Red Wedding. A fantasy example of good leadership taking a rebellion to a successful conclusion comes to us from Dune by Frank Herbert. You know the drill. If you haven't read it, here come the spoilers. In Dune, Paul Atreides organizes the Desert Fremen into a working army and leads them in an outright rebellion against the Emperor's appointed stewards of the planet Arrakis. And because he is a good leader and keeps his rebels on track and he stays alive, the rebellion succeeds. Of course, failure or success both have great consequences in a rebellion-based plot. So, your ragtag bunch of rebels have succeeded against all the odds. Now, they have to rule. A good example of this comes to us from Game of Thrones, the very opening of the books. Robert Baratheon did win the battle at the Trident. He did kill Rhaegar Targaryen. And due to that, Robert Baratheon got to sit on the throne and be king. Those long years of being king clearly was not that good for him. He certainly wasn't good for the kingdom. He vastly overspent, and he misjudged the loyalty of the Lannisters by quite some distance. While he was a better king than the Mad King, I'd say that that's not a very high bar, and it's quite common for rebels to win the rebellion and then struggle in the ruling thereof, because it's easier to dethrone somebody than it is to rule well. Especially when you have just actively destabilized the kingdom by leading a rebellion. You have created a situation of lawlessness that must now be reined in. And in that reining in of the sense of lawlessness, good rebellion leaders often find themselves sucked into the same mistakes made by the previous regime, and in time there will be little to distinguish the rebel government that now exists from the previous government that they rebelled against. In theory, your rebels can successfully take over the government and all could be roses, but that's not a very interesting story to tell. So if that's the story you want to tell the story of the rebellion and then cut scene to the roses and glory at the end. Failure, on the other hand, can have fascinating consequences. Of course, it can end in the hangman's noose. But that does mean that the story is over at that point. There are other options. In the Polish rebellion that I referenced, the 60,000 rebels broke and ran when the army came for them. However, the rebellion was backing the power of Parliament against the power of the king. So when the rebellion fallout happened, the Parliament gave the rebels immunity because the rebels had been fighting for their rights, and the rebellion had so scared the king that he was forced into signing a declaration supporting the rights of Parliament. The rebellion failed, but it succeeded in its aims. So even in losing, the rebels really won. And that kind of dynamic can lead to a very interesting situation where you have victorious rebels, but you also have a victorious king. And that creates an enormous amount of conflict in your royal court. And conflict is what story is all about. Even Wat Tyler's rebellion actually succeeded, even though he didn't live to see it. The king was frightened by the rebellion and forced his government to abandon the poll tax. It is an interesting aspect of rebellions to explore, that failure while at the same time succeeding element. Of course, depending on the story you want to tell, you might want to go with the rebellion fails completely and causes the iron fist of the government to fall upon the population, and then telling the story of the population escaping from out under this iron fist, which is always a fun story to tell. So really, the fallout that you want from the rebellion is entirely dependent on what the story is that you want to tell after the rebellion. In order to have a rebellion, you need an unhappy population with a Goldilocks zone of oppression. You need good leadership, and you need enough of the population to rise up to threaten the government. And finally, succeed or fail, a rebellion has fascinating consequences and a permanent impact on the culture of your world. And that is my take on rebellions as the climax of a political coup. What's your favorite rebellion in fantasy? Let me know in the comments below. I hope that you enjoyed that episode of Just in Time Worlds. Please do hit the thumbs up button if you did. It helps make sure that the algorithm doesn't bury the content out back. If you really enjoyed this and you want to help me make more of these videos, you can buy my book, The Hidden Blade by Marie M. Mullaney, or you can hit my Ko-fi page where you can make a one-off donation, buy a membership, or even buy a product.
Let's get 'em, boys! Let's storm the Bastille! Let them eat cake! Let us reform our society for the greater good of the people. Let's suppress the peasants! And of course suffer the inevitable rise of said peasants and overthrow of the government. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds with your host Marie Mullaney. Today I want to discuss political reform or revolution as part of a fantasy world, either in its history or as a major plot point. If you enjoy this kind of fantasy world building content, hit the subscribe button down below, and if you want to join my community of world builders, link to the Discord server is in the description. Okay, let's get cracking. So why do I want to discuss revolution and reform in the same breath? Because you won't have a revolution if you have not had attempts at forcing reform. And if you have had reform, you are much less likely to have a revolution. So how I want to approach today's discussion is in terms of the events that lead to a revolution in a timeline, and where and when a revolution can be avoided. Revolution always follows a kind of timeline. There is the people getting suppressed, then there is the people agitating for reform. This is generally driven by some of the ruling class also standing with the people and trying to force that reform. Then there is the reforms failing to gain traction or the reforms not being sufficient. And then eventually there is a triggering event
that causes a general uprising that results in a revolution. Now, a revolution is different from a rebellion. A rebellion is when one ruler is replaced by another ruler. A coup is when one ruler is replaced by another, but it's all kind of internal politics. There isn't a mass mobilization. A revolution is when your system of government changes. It is not one king being replaced by another king. It is a king being replaced by a democracy, or a democracy being replaced by an emperor. So that is what a revolution is. And it is a slow process to get there, slower than a rebellion. So first I want to talk about what would make reform successful. And in order to do that, I'm going to talk about two examples in our world where political reforms were enacted and the reasons why they were successful, obviously, in my opinion. My first example is Emperor Justinian of Byzantium. Now, Emperor Justinian in 535 changed the laws around governorships. Previously, governorships could be bought, and those governors would then go to their principalities, which they'd bought the governorship for, and they would seek to recoup their investment in their title, basically by gouging it out of the skin of the people who lived in that principality. This, of course, led to enormous unhappiness in those provinces. Now, what Justinian did was he very simply forbade the sale of governorship, and this was a major reform. Now, I'm not saying that Justinian's reforms are the only reason the Byzantium Empire lasted until 1435, but they were certainly a massive contributing factor in the empire lasting that long, because that decline of corruption in the provinces very clearly told the people that they were being listened to. But you can see how early Justinian got ahead of the problem. Like, he didn't wait until the provinces were in revolt already, or he had armies marching on Constantinople. No, he acted fast. He acted early. And that is worth remembering. If you want reforms in your world to be successful, the earlier you act, the better it will be. The other example of successful reform that I want to speak about is the development of democracy in Athens. Way back when, Athens was not a democracy. It was basically an oligarchy. A couple of rich families ran everything. But the peasants were not happy. People were in massive debts. Peasant farmers couldn't make ends meet. They had to sell their families into slavery to feed other parts of their family. So they would literally sell children in order to feed other children, which is a brutal way to exist. And in the meantime, the nobles of Athens were, living it up and wealthy and getting wealthier. And the people objected. But instead of not listening, in the end, a guy called Solon was given powers by the archons of Athens to make necessary reforms. Now, Solon's reforms were not yet democracy, but they did lay some foundations for it. What he did was he made the positions of archon more accessible. Anybody could stand for archon. He also put it so that people were selected for archon, like they stood as candidates, then their names went into a hat, and from those candidates somebody random was drawn. This immediately reduced the level of money in Athenian politics, as you couldn't guarantee anyone's appointment because it was randomly selected. He also created the Great Assembly. He divided Athens into these 4 classes, and 100 of their members were selected from each of these classes to form the ball. These guys determined what would go before the assembly to be voted on by the people in an open vote by raising their hands. Obviously, this was still heavily weighted in the favor of the rich, Why? Because the rich made up 3 of the classes, so they contributed 300 members to the bowl, whereas the poor, the peasants, only made up 1 of the classes. But still, Solon's reforms did help. They did not go quite far enough. People were still in debt. There were still issues. But they did lay a foundation. That foundation was built upon by Cleisthenes, I hope I pronounced that name correctly, who is called the father of Athenian democracy. Now, this guy realized that the problem was that Athenian democracy favored the rich. So what he did was he split Athens into 10 tribes based on geographic location. Each of these tribes then selected 50 members to go to the expanded bowl, and that removed the bias towards the rich and put in place a representative democracy. You would elect from your tribe somebody to represent you in the government of your country. And this made people see the government as fair. Any person could stand for election, but you could only serve 2 terms in the bowl, and they had to be separated by 10 years. Also, the Athenians built a release valve into their democracy. What they did was every year they would have a special general assembly where you would write the name of the person you disliked most in Athens on a piece of pottery shard. You would etch it in, and then you would dump that in a pot. And if somebody got more than 6,000 votes, they were ostracized. They had to leave Athens for a 10-year period. They were basically banished for 10 years. And this was a way to get disliked people out of politics, which I think is a very interesting mechanic. These reforms built on the previous reforms by Solon, and they very successfully created the first representative democracy, and not only a representative democracy, but a government that lasted for centuries, and a government that created a great deal of stability. Again, you can see that the reforms worked early in the process. People were unhappy. Reforms started. The reforms weren't quite enough. There were still issues. The reforms were increased, built upon, made more robust. And that is the key to a successful reform. The earlier you start the process, the easier it is to reform. The later you leave it, the more you have to do and the faster you have to do it. The Athenians could take years with their reforms, gradually making the changes they needed, because they had time. But if they had waited until the mob was in the street, they would not have had time, and they would probably have had to reform really fast. If you enjoyed that discussion around reforms in the political process and things to think about when you're building them into your world, hit the thumbs up button. And let's talk about missed opportunities on the path of revolution. If we're going to talk about missed opportunities, we have to talk about the Russian Revolution. First, a little bit of context. The Russian peasants were very unhappy before the revolution started, and I mean very. Everywhere else in Europe, peasants had been freed. Peasants were no longer serfs. They didn't belong to the land. They were free to move around as they wished. Absolute monarchies had basically fallen by the wayside. Everything was either a democracy or a constitutional monarchy. But in Russia, the absolute monarchy persisted in the shape of the Tsar. Now, Tsar Alexander II had every opportunity to make reforms, and indeed he did start making those reforms. Besides being the Tsar of Russia, he was also the King of Poland and the Grand Duke of Finland. He had granted Poland a constitution. He had granted Finland a constitution. In those 2 countries, it was in fact a constitutional monarchy, but not in Russia. In Russia, the Tsars maintained absolute power. Now here is where you get to the real missed opportunity. Alexander could have freed the peasants. He had absolute power. But the entrenched interests in Russia was in his nobility. And let me tell you something. if there is a greatest love affair in all of the world, it is the entrenched interests or the powers that be and their love affair with the status quo. It is the love story of the ages. So, in order to keep his nobles happy, Alexander freed the peasants, but in order to compensate the nobles for the loss of their labor, the peasants owed the nobles such a humongous amount of money they would never be able to repay it. So he freed them, but it meant nothing because they were just debt slaves now instead of being serfs. So instead of being tied to the land, they were now in such debt they could never do anything with their supposed freedom. So Alexander had a real opportunity to make reforms, but he didn't. He squandered it. And then he died because the people became even more unhappy when they saw his fake freedom. So he was assassinated. This then turned his son and heir against making any further reforms, and eventually that turned Tsar Nicholas against making any further reforms. And Tsar Nicholas, of course, was the poor sucker who presided over the Russian Revolution. And of course, the Russian Revolution was eventually hijacked by Lenin and it gave rise to the Soviet Union. So there was a real moment when there could have been reforms that could have changed the course of history. Missed opportunity right there. And that is something to bear in mind if you do want a revolution. It is key to build in those moments where there could have been reform. And they just weren't taken. Why? Maybe the status quo was too strong. Maybe the entrenched interest had too much on your ruler. Maybe your ruler just couldn't get the support he needed. But for whatever reason, the opportunity was missed and revolution resulted. And if you like that discussion on missed opportunities on the road to revolution, hit the thumbs up button. And let's talk about reforms that go the wrong way. So in order to talk about reforms that go the wrong way, I'm going to talk about the fall of the Roman Republic. Not the empire, that was a whole different thing. The Republic. So when the Republic became an empire. Julius Caesar famously is the dude who dragged the Roman Republic out back and stabbed it till its corpse lay bleeding on the floor and his son could become the emperor of Rome. But he wasn't the guy who started the rot. The problem was that the Republic had started rotting from the inside. And this was predominantly caused by the fact that they were too successful. They had conquered many territories. They had brought a lot of slave labor back to Rome. Those slave labor enabled the patricians to farm massive estates without needing the plebeians. And as they became richer and they no longer needed the plebeians, they kind of let the plebeians fall by the wayside. And the poor people, and these plebeians, or the poor, the normal working class people, basically were starving. Then Marius reformed the Roman army and he removed the need for there to be a property ownership associated with being a soldier. So the plebeians flocked to joining the army because it was a way to gain both citizenship and land. But because of the way that Rome was rotting from the inside, what was happening back home is that their little farming plots were being gobbled up by the patricians and their massive slave-run estates. Then along came a dude called Sulla. Now this dude led an army on Rome, and he took over as dictator. Now by the time that he'd come along, we'd had the Gracchi brothers, who were the first to get murdered, and that kind of ushered in an era of political violence. Previous to this, Rome had not known political violence. But with the death of the Gracchi, it became normalized, and political violence thus became a thing. So when Sulla marched on Rome, it was kind of like the pinnacle of political violence. Okay, so he took over, but then he was horrified by the fact that he'd taken over. He was a staunch Republican, and he tried to strengthen the Republic by putting in place a whole bunch of rules about being consul and senator, and he basically reformed the Republic in the wrong direction. Instead of addressing the real issues, which was that in Rome, the plebeians and the patricians, the inequality between the two had grown to unsustainable levels. The plebeians were starving and they didn't have enough rights in their government. They didn't have enough contribution into their government. And instead of addressing the fact that there could no longer be change in the Roman government because the government got gridlocked the whole time because of the competing interest of the status quo and the wealth of the senators. So instead of addressing any of those things, Sulla chose to instead address the icing on the cake and try and strengthen the patricians' hold on power, because he was like, that's the problem. We're not good, strong Roman morals anymore. We need more of those. And so he tried to make those morals in law. And what he really did was he showed a blueprint to young Julius Caesar of how you can take an army and march into Rome and take hold of Rome and make the changes you want to make. And that in the end is exactly what Julius did. He actually did make the reforms that should have been made. He did address the wealth inequality gap. He did address the fact that people were starving. He was beloved by the people because of that. But he did also, in the process, utterly destroy the Republic, because he just became dictator for life, and that was that. Of course, he was then murdered, but the people of Rome were so enraged by his murder that they stood behind Antony, and eventually Augustus became the first actual emperor of Rome. If you enjoyed that discussion about reforms going the wrong way and definitely bringing about revolution, hit the thumbs up button. And let's go through that step-by-step process of the road to revolution by looking at the French Revolution. So the first thing that you should know about the French Revolution is that they are the poster boy for status quo and it being maintained by the powerful elite. Queen Marie Antoinette was known as Madame Deficit because she would spend money like water. While France was so in debt, they had taxes on personal income, taxes on salt. The church demanded tithes. The peasants were being taxed to the point where they had barely anything. And the nobility was living the rich life in Versailles, and I mean living the rich life. Then there came the triggering event, which was a natural disaster. The harvest failed. Now the peasants were really starving, and the riots started. The king, Louis, was like, okay, let me diffuse the situation, and I will call the National Assembly. Now, the National Assembly consisted out of the three estates. The first estate was the clergy, the second estate was the nobility, and the third estate was everybody else. Each one of these had one vote. Despite the fact that this one represented everyone, they could be outvoted by these two. And so, the entrenched interests of the nobility and the priesthood prevented any form of reform. Now, our third estate didn't immediately turn to revolution. Instead, they said, we're going to try and form our own government for Paris because everybody supports us. And so they did. And Louis wouldn't allow this, so he locked them out of their building. They then went and found an indoor tennis court where they took the tennis court oath about continuing to meet and creating this government for France with all these reforms. But within this meeting of the Third Estate, the Jacobean faction was already grown, and the Jacobean faction didn't just want reform, they wanted revolution. So you can see that Louis already had two opportunities for reform, but both of them were missed. Now you had this tennis court government. And here is where Louis made his fundamental mistake in going the other way. he summoned the army, and he had the army surround Paris. And that, of course, created immense fear in the Third Estate, who were running Paris at this point. And you know what they say about fear? It leads to anger. And the Third Estate expressed that anger by recruiting the people from the street to face the army. Except that the army experienced a large amount of defections who joined the Third Estate because they were also unhappy with the king. And then they stormed the Bastille and stormed Versailles, and there were a lot of guillotines, and then there was Maximilian Robespierre, and then there was the Reign of Terror. And there were all the missed opportunities in the world where Louis could have made meaningful change, but he did not have the courage to face down the entrenched interests. He didn't have the strength to do so. And hence, it eventually became revolution. And if you enjoyed that discussion of the path of revolution and the missed opportunities and the reforms in the wrong direction, hit the thumbs up button. And those were my thoughts on revolution and reform and its application to fantasy worlds. If you enjoyed this video, you'll probably enjoy my video on rebellions, which you can find in the card over there, or any of the other videos on my channel. And if you would like to support me in making more of these videos, link to my Ko-fi page or my book down below in the description. And I will see you soon for another video. So, you've got an empire to bring down in your fantasy plot. But how do you build a rebellion that actually offers sufficient resistance to really wreck the holders of the levers of power? How do you smash through the army and the nobility and reach the emperor? Do you need an external invasion? A mage who smashes through city walls? No. Here's the secret. Most real-world empires collapse because they couldn't hold themselves together under pressure. They fell apart due to internal dissent. And today, we're going to dive deep into 3 rebellions that rewrote history. And more importantly, we'll break down how you can use these examples to build rebellions and revolutions that transform your fantasy empires. We'll cover the rise of the Yellow Turbans in China, the dramatic end of France's monarchy and the revolution, and the Vietnamese revolt of Lai Bi against China's Liang dynasty. And in the process, I'll show you how to make a rebellion against an empire feel like it can and should win. Welcome to another episode of Just-in-Time World Building with your host, Marie Mullaney. The first thing we'll talk about is seeds of success layin in failure. Rebellion is hard. The official government controls the army, the elite, the money, basically all the levers of power. A rebellion needs a lot more than a plucky group of adventurers to make a dent in the monstrosity that is an empire. However, sometimes the defeat of a rebellion can lay the seeds for the death of an empire nonetheless. Take the Yellow Turban Rebellion, a peasant-led uprising in late Han China. It was crushed, absolutely, but it destabilized the Han so badly that within a few decades the dynasty collapsed entirely. The rebellion didn't end the empire, but it doomed it. So let's explore that a little deeper. It's 2nd century China. The Han dynasty has ruled for centuries. Culturally, it's a golden age, but politically, it's rotting. Land is concentrated in the hands of rich landlords. Peasants are crushed by debt and taxation. The imperial court is paralyzed by eunuchs, infighting, and corruption. Now, add in famine, plague, and floods. The people are starving, but the elites are still building villas. It's your classic let them eat cake moment. Enter Zhang Ju, a healer and mystic who preached a new Taoist-infused religion called the Way of Great Peace. His teachings promised a cosmic realignment, a heavenly mandate that would sweep away the old world and bring harmony. To the ruling classes, he was a heretic, but to the starving masses, he was a prophet, and they rallied behind him. In 184 CE, Zhang and his followers launched a coordinated rebellion across the empire, hundreds of thousands, all wearing yellow turbans as a sign of their cause. The movement wasn't just military, it was spiritual, social, and economic. Zhang wasn't offering power, he was offering meaning, a way out of the broken system. And that's an important takeaway for a fantasy writer. Give your rebels a world view, not just a grievance. The yellow turbans weren't just angry with the state of the world. They believed they were building a new one. That makes for compelling storytelling. Also, building a new world makes a rebellion spread like a meme and brings rebels flocking to the banners of the rebel leaders, especially if it's an idea that can be communicated simply and can mean different things to different people. See my video on the aftermath of revolutions for more on this topic. And speaking of the aftermath, the yellow turbans were eventually crushed, as I said, but the military effort to do so drained the treasury and empowered local warlords who stopped listening to the central government, and within decades, the Han dynasty was shattered. And that's another lesson to learn. Sometimes the first rebellion fails so that the second one can succeed. And you can use that first rebellion as part of the lore of your world, inspiring your rebels to try again, but different this time. But sometimes a rebellion can absolutely succeed from jump. And most often, that happens when you don't just have peasants being revolting, but the elites are right there with them. So, let's explore that next. Sometimes a rebellion doesn't have to claw its way up from the gutters. Sometimes it kicks off with a sword in one hand and a noble's signet ring in the other. And when rebellion isn't just peasants in rags, when it includes generals, aristocrats, and high-ranking officials, suddenly it's not a fringe movement, it's a political crisis. The gates aren't just being stormed, they're being opened from the inside. And few instances in history illustrate this better than the French Revolution. Let's set the stage. By the late 1780s, the Kingdom of France was on the brink of toppling. It was a top-heavy society with a hollowed-out core. The first estate, the clergy, and the second estate, the nobility, were exempt from most taxes, while the third estate, everybody else, paid the bill. Decades of war, reckless royal spending, and a series of bad harvests had the economy in total shambles. Bread prices skyrocketed. People were starving. The crown tried to fix it by taxing the nobles. The nobles refused. Cue chaos. The Estates General was summoned in 1789, supposedly to find a solution. Instead, it became a political battleground. And here's where things really got interesting. The French Revolution didn't start in the streets. It started in the halls of power when the members of the Third Estate, those couple of peasants allowed in there, joined by some liberal nobles and radical clergy, declared themselves the National Assembly, seizing legislative power in defiance of the autocratic king. And one of those nobles who seized power was Marquis de Lafayette, whose life is a fascinating story. Lafayette wasn't just any noble. He was a French aristocrat and military hero, a veteran of the American Revolutionary War, where he fought alongside George Washington. When the revolution began in France, Lafayette sided with the people. He drafted the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, and helped form the National Guard, and even tried to act as a mediator between the monarchy and the revolutionary movement. He wasn't a total radical. He wanted a constitutional monarchy, not the guillotine. But his involvement gave the revolution legitimacy, military credibility, and political cover. He's a perfect example of how elite defectors can make or break a rebellion. And that's a great lesson to learn as a fantasy world builder. Elite defection is a force multiplier. When a general or noble defects, they often bring troops, money, and knowledge to the inner workings of the regime. But their motives are rarely pure. Some elites genuinely do believe in reform. Lafayette appears to be one of those from history. Others see the writing on the wall and switch sides to save themselves. And these two nobles will have very different perspectives on what should happen after a rebellion. And that's an important point. These characters can be tragic, ambiguous, or even manipulative. Lafayette, for instance, tried to steer the revolution towards moderation, and ended up hated by both sides, of course. In a rebellion, elites can slow down the radical wing, or be accused of betrayal by former allies, or become tragic figures crushed by the revolution they helped unleash, or all of the above. But the simple fact is, rebellion becomes much more dangerous to the ruler when the elite class turns on itself. A civil war of ideology is much more volatile than one of class warfare alone. A crown prince who joins the revolution brings legitimacy. A general with doubts about his king might open the city gates. A noble who funds the rebellion in secret might be looking for profit after the fact. Think in terms of fractured loyalties. Let some elites stay loyal, others defect, and some try to play both sides. And that's where your real tension lies. And don't forget, elite betrayal won't save the rebels from bloodshed. Lafayette survived the American Revolution, but in France he was branded a traitor, imprisoned, and exiled. In revolutions, even your heroes can get burned. Before we get into the rebirth of a nation, give me one moment to invite you to join the channel of Just-in-Time World Building. For less than a cup of coffee a month, you get early access to videos and access to worksheets to track your world with. And you also get access to members-only live streams. So, if you're interested in supporting the channel, look for the join button right next to the subscribe button and become a Just-in-Timer today. And now, let's talk about one more ingredient to rebellion. The spark created by identity and the desire of a people to be free. Now, I've been saying that rebellions need an idea people can rally behind. The French Revolution had freedom, brotherhood, and equality. The Yellow Turbans had their promise of harmony. But honestly, in the case of rebelling against an empire, the most powerful idea is simply freedom, or the rebirth of a nation that was captured by the empire. And a great demonstration of that is the Vietnamese rebellion against China in the 6th century. Let's explore that a little deeper. In 541 CE, northern Vietnam, then known as Giai was a Chinese frontier province under the Liang dynasty. It had been under Chinese control for centuries, alternating between brutality and benign neglect, depending on the emperor and the bureaucracy. But culturally, Vietnam wasn't China. Its people had their own traditions, dynasties, and sense of identity. And into the scene came Lai Bi, a Vietnamese aristocrat from a noble family, trained in both Chinese and native traditions. In the 530s, the Liang court grew ever more corrupt. Taxes increased. Local officials abused their power. And when the governor of Giai Vietnam, died, the Liang court tried to install another puppet. But instead, Lai Bi rebelled. With a small trained army, he won the Battle of Hepu in 544 and drove the Liang out of his territory, and he was declared Emperor of Nam Viet, the first truly independent Vietnamese empire in centuries. So I will caveat his victory, though. China was very distracted by near constant civil unrest during this time period of his rebellion. If you're a little province and you're going to declare independence from a giant empire, waiting for civil unrest in the bulk of the empire is a really good strategy. And I speak from personal knowledge since I'm Finnish, and we very strategically waited for 1917 before declaring independence from the Russian Empire. They were a little busy with other things to worry about a breakaway province at that time. Yeah, know what I mean? Anyway, there is more of a lesson than waiting for the right moment to declare your independence. The first important element is rebellions can be about identity. Rebellions don't just ask who rules, but can also ask who are we? Finland wouldn't have declared independence if they thought of themselves as Russian. The Vietnamese wouldn't have rebelled if they thought of themselves as Chinese. Root your rebellion in identity, and you have a winning strategy. Secondly, use frontier provinces or client kingdoms as seeds of rebellion. Often the first to break away from an empire are those client provinces, especially during times of civil unrest. And thirdly, make your rebel leader a hybrid figure. Lai Bi understood the imperial system and his native people. That duality makes for a compelling character and, more importantly, helped him understand how and where to strike. And speaking of Lai Bi, I should mention his rule was pretty short. He was killed a few years later. But his revolt succeeded. Vietnam remained de facto independent for centuries after his death. The rebel leader doesn't need to survive to win. A rebellion just needs to break the illusion of imperial permanence. All right, so let's bring all of that together. How do you build an effective rebellion against a fantasy empire? 1. Start with pressure points. Ask, who is being taxed unfairly? Who is being erased culturally or religiously? Who has power but no voice? Even in a magical kingdom, people get hungry, faith gets twisted, cultures collide. 2. Design rebel factions with conflicting goals. Think beyond a single resistance. Your rebellion might include radicals who want to burn it all down, conservatives who want to return to the good old days, opportunists who smell a power vacuum, outsiders who want independence. Conflict within a rebellion is drama gold and extremely realistic. Remember, The empire holds the levers of power. To defeat them requires a big tent, and not everyone in that tent is a natural ally. 3. Escalate your rebellion slowly and believably. Use this arc of rebellion. Discontent leads to organization. Eventually, there's a spark which ignites the main events, which can either be suppressed or succeed, leading to fallout. And then the rebellion can go dormant or can continue. Think of rebellions as a long arc, not a one-off event. 4. Remember, most rebellions fail. It's hard to rebel. The empire holds the levers of power. But sometimes one rebellion's failure is the stepping stone of another rebellion. For a rebellion to succeed, the empire needs to be weakened. Empires don't fall because of monsters or because of war. They're birthed in those fires. No. Empires fall because they rot from greed, from injustice, from the lies they tell to hold power. As I discussed in my video on the end of empire and the importance of social cohesion. So if you're writing about rebellion in your world building, embrace imperial rot, lean into it, make the empire ready to fall, and give your readers rebellions that feel earned, that grow from real grievances, personal betrayals, cultural tensions, or spiritual longing. Build factions that argue, leaders that contradict each other, a world that shifts when power breaks. Because rebellion isn't just an explosion, it's a transformation, it's a systemic change. And stories that transform are the ones we remember. Every empire faces a moment when the tides begin to turn. The dazzling Golden Age gives way to fractures in the core, and the burden of holding it all together becomes too great. Welcome to episode 4 of Just-in-Time Worldbuilding's Fantastical Empires, where we'll explore the decline of empire, what drives the unraveling, and how empires sometimes manage to cling to life longer than expected. The decline of empire is often the result of gradual changes that erode the foundation of the core imperial culture. These include widening class divides, erosion of core identity, strained resources, rebellions, and unrest. We'll explore each of these warning signs in more detail, starting with widening class divides. Empires often grow wealthy, but that wealth is rarely distributed evenly. Over time, a small elite accumulates disproportionate wealth and power, while the lower classes bear the brunt of labor and taxation. This disparity erodes social cohesion and fosters resentment, as we have discussed earlier in this series. In Rome, the concentration of wealth in the hands of the patricians led to widespread discontent among the plebeians, culminating in political crises like the reforms proposed by the Gracchi brothers. Their unaliving marked a key turning point in the life of the Republic, introducing political violence as a tool to resolve conflict. Previous to this incident, Rome had been remarkably free of political violence during the Republic's internal politics. And this erosion of civil discourse further undermined Rome's core identity, setting a dangerous precedent for future power struggles. And on top of that change in how politics were conducted, the failure to address the growing divide between patrician and plebeian laid the groundwork for the rise of populist leaders like Julius Caesar, who exploited class tensions not just to gain power, but to seize the state itself, declaring himself dictator for life to great popular acclaim. And it was Caesar's unaliving by the senators after that declaration that really, to my mind at least, ended the Republic for good. And we'll talk more about how that extended Rome's life a little bit later in this video. But back to those divisions and class tensions. Corruption and bureaucracy further exacerbate these problems. As empires grow, bureaucracies tend to become bloated and inefficient. Corruption takes root, with officials prioritizing personal gain over public service. This forces ordinary citizens to navigate shadow governments, informal networks and bribes, just to get basic tasks accomplished. In this way, corruption doesn't just hinder governance, it creates parallel systems of power that undermine the empire's legitimacy. This corruption leads to citizens losing faith in the empire, and as such, it pretty much feeds directly into our second massive fault line, the erosion of core identity of the empire-building culture. During an empire's rise, its core identity often serves as a unifying force. However, as the empire expands and incorporates diverse culture, this identity weakens. What was once a source of pride and cohesion becomes diluted, creating tension within the core society. As we discussed earlier, during the Roman Republic era, the erosion of how politics were conducted played a critical role in this erosion of identity. And it wasn't just the Gracchi brothers' shenanigans. Generals like Marius, Julius Caesar, and Pompey began to take a more direct hand in governance, bypassing traditional senatorial processes and using their armies to exert political influence. This shift marked a decline of the Republic's civic ethos, replacing debate and consensus with military power and cohesion, which fundamentally changed the nature of Roman political identity, eventually leading pretty much directly to empire. Of course, the empire faced its own challenges as it relied increasingly on non-Roman troops and leaders. The integration of diverse cultures under Roman rule diluted the traditional Roman identity, leading to questions about what it meant to be Roman, as we discussed in the video on social cohesion. Similarly, if we turn to fantasy, Numenor's expansion in Tolkien's Legendarium saw its people grow arrogant and distant from their original purpose, creating internal divisions that Sauron exploited to hasten their fall. Sauron, an external threat, cunningly manipulated Numenor's vulnerabilities. He played upon their growing hubris, stoking their desire for immortality and their fear of the Valar's authority. By integrating himself into their court as a supposed ally, Sauron sowed distrust and encouraged the Númenóreans to turn away from their traditions and defy the gods. This manipulation culminated in their ill-fated attempt to invade the Undying Land, an act of ultimate arrogance that led to their destruction. Sauron's role as an outside force demonstrates how external threats can exploit internal weaknesses. For world builders, consider how a clever adversary might use an empire's pride or divisions to accelerate its decline. And speaking of outside threats, let's talk about the third big issue facing empires in the declining phase: strained resources. As empires grow, so do the demands on their resources. Vast territories require extensive administration, military protection, and infrastructure maintenance. When the cost of maintaining the empire outstrip the benefits, decline becomes inevitable. The Han Empire's later years in China were marked by economic strain due to corruption and the cost of defending its border against the Xiongnu. These pressures drained the treasury and weakened central authority, leaving the empire vulnerable. The eventual replacement of the Han dynasty during its interlude by Wang Mang's Xin dynasty was an attempt to address these crises through sweeping reforms. Wang Mang introduced radical land distribution policies and economic controls to stabilize the empire, but his changes disrupted traditional power structures and alienated key elites. This unrest led to widespread rebellion, culminating in the restoration of the Han under the Eastern Han dynasty. By reclaiming the mandate of heaven, the Han sought to re-establish legitimacy and stabilize their rule, albeit in a diminished capacity compared to their earlier peak. Basically, the Han kicked their decline of empire down the road by resetting after Wang Mang's reforms. So he did the reforms, then they came in reclaiming the throne and kept some of his reforms. So that is a demonstration of what we'll talk about later as well, about resetting your empire. But they were a very good demonstration of how internally strained resources can result in the fall of empire. But we were just speaking about Sauron and external forces. The Axiom Empire's decline illustrates the devastating impact of resource strain that comes from degrading environments rather than external or internal threats. Axiom's economy relied heavily on its control of Red Sea trade routes and agricultural production. However, environmental degradation such as deforestation and soil depletion undermined that agricultural base. These ecological stresses, combined with shifting trade routes that favored Persian and Arabian competitors, eroded Axiom's wealth and influence. And by the 7th century, Axiom had lost its dominance and the empire fragmented into smaller states. So it's completely possible that an empire's strained resources could be exacerbated by external threats and factors like climate change, rather than, say, rebellion or raids. However, let's be real. All of these factors strain empire. What breaks empire is fault number 4, rebellions and unrest. Without those, the empire suffers, but it hangs together. Once the conquered people start breaking off, though, that's when the spectre of the end is really nigh. So let's talk about that next. Conquered peoples may accept imperial rule during an empire's rise and golden age, but as the empire weakens, resistance often grows. These rebellions divert resources away from governance, accelerating the decline. In Rome, provinces like Judea and Britain were hotspots of rebellion, requiring costly military campaigns to suppress. These uprisings not only strained the empire's resources, but also undermined its authority. The Han Empire faced similar challenges with border rebellions, particularly from the Xiongnu and other nomadic groups. These conflicts destabilized the empire and forced it into a defensive posture. Fantasy offers rich examples of this as well. If we look at Adrian Tchaikovsky's Shadows of the Apt, the Minen resistance against the Wasp Empire is a persistent theme throughout the books, and these uprisings weakened the empire's grip on its territories and diverted resources away from the core. And of course, external threats like a new, younger empire attacking can make this situation even worse and can steal provinces away from the core empire, further weakening its finances and grip on the rest of the conquered people. Basically, successful rebellions during the decline means the end is coming and delaying it is close to impossible. And if you've enjoyed this exploration of the reasons for decline, hit the thumbs up button. And if you think I've missed any of the reasons or their causes, let me know in the comments below. And now, let's explore what can be done to arrest the decline and extend the empire's life. Death of the empire is not always inevitable. Empires can delay their fall through major transformations. Let's explore two key methods. The first is changing the type of government. One of the most famous examples is Rome's transition from republic to empire. This shift, as analyzed through the lens of the Greek historian Polybus, can be seen as part of the natural cycle of governance, which is monarchy, tyranny, aristocracy, oligarchy, democracy, and oglicracy, mob rule, which then loops back to monarchy. The Republic was in democracy and declined into an oligarchy, and then essentially populist mob rule, which allowed Julius Caesar to seize power and become a monarchy. And when the Senate defended the status quo by unaliving him, well, the stage was set for Augustus to really change the state of Rome from a pseudo-republic into a full-blown dictatorship. But something that a lot of people often miss is that this change was good for the Roman citizen, at least in the immediate short term. By centralizing power in the hands of the emperor, Rome gained stability and extended its life for centuries. So Rome pivoted from a fragmented state to a centralized authority capable of responding to internal and external pressures more effectively. So in your fantasy world, consider how shifts in governance can breathe new life into a crumbling empire. For example, a council of mages might replace a monarchy, uniting regions through magical oversight, or a struggling theocracy could transform into a merchant-led republic, invigorating trade and diplomacy. These transformations can reflect the core values of your empire or show a dramatic departure from its original ideals. Additionally, governance changes can provide narrative tension. What happens to those loyal to the old system? Do they resist or do they adapt? This creates rich opportunities for exploring political intrigue, loyalty, and reform. What do you think of that kind of change of government? Would it save an empire in your world? Let me know in the comments, and let's move on to method number 2, changing the dynasty. Another way to revitalize an empire is by changing the ruling house. The Han Empire's reboot between the Western Han and Eastern Han is a perfect example of this. After the interlude of Wang Mang's Xin dynasty, the Han returned with renewed vigor, reclaiming the mandate of heaven to legitimize their rule. Wang Mang's Xin dynasty attempted these radical reforms, including the land redistribution and currency changes, to address the systemic issues that had plagued the late Western Han Empire. However, these reforms did alienate the land-owning elites and destabilize the economy, leading to widespread rebellion. And when the Eastern Han emerged, it restored traditional power structures while maintaining the appearance of renewal under the mandate of heaven, effectively pacifying the populace and re-establishing control. This transition exemplifies how dynastic changes can provide a symbolic reset for an empire, allowing it to navigate crises and reassert legitimacy. For world builders, consider how such shifts could be influenced by divine intervention, prophecy, or even the discovery of a hidden heir to the throne. The drama of succession, complete with power struggles, betrayal, and competing claims, can add depth and tension to your story. In fantasy, dynastic shift could involve magical elements such as an enchanted artifact that legitimizes the new ruler, or a celestial event interpreted as a sign of the god's favor. These elements provide opportunities to explore the themes of destiny, loyalty, and the balance between continuity and change. However, it's not always possible to stave off the end, so let's talk about that next. Despite attempts at reform or renewal, some empires inevitably do collapse, leaving behind a fragmented landscape of successor states. These successor states often compete for dominance, creating a dynamic and unstable political environment. The Roman Empire's eventual fall is a prime example. The Western Roman Empire disintegrated in the 5th century CE, replaced by a mosaic of Germanic kingdoms. These kingdoms, like the Ostrogoths in Italy or the Visigoths in Hispania, incorporated elements of Roman governance and culture while developing their own identities. Meanwhile, the Eastern Roman Empire, or the Byzantium Empire, endured for nearly 1,000 more years, illustrating how fragments of an empire can persist in new forms. Similarly, the Han Empire's collapse in 220 CE led to the Three Kingdoms period in China, a time of fragmentation and warfare. These successor states, the Wei, the Shu, and the Wu, vied for control, each claiming legitimacy as the true heir of the Han. This period of division ultimately set the stage for future unification under the Jin dynasty. In fantasy, the fall of Numenor in Tolkien's Legendarium serves as a striking example of an empire's end. Its destruction led to the rise of successor states like Gondor and Arnor in Middle-earth. And these states carried the remnants of Numenorian culture and influence, but they were shaped by the new challenges and opportunities of their time. So when crafting the end of your empire, consider the following. How do the successor states form, and what defines their identities? What remains of the empire's culture, governance, or technology? How do the people of the former empire adapt to a world without the unifying force of imperial rule? The end of an empire offers a fertile ground for storytelling, filled with conflict, innovation, and the birth of new powers. And that's exactly what we'll explore in the next video in the Empire World Building series. And if you want early access to that video, become a member of the channel for the price of a cup of coffee a month. Members also get access to world building worksheets, exclusive live streams, special Discord access, and my deepest gratitude for providing some financial stability to this channel. Okay. So all this is great, but what does this mean for you as an empire writing your decline? When you're building a declining empire, ask yourself, how does the core culture change as wealth and power concentrate? What role do conquered people play in the empire's struggles? Are they rebelling, assimilating, or adapting? Could a change in government or leadership rejuvenate the empire? And if you know the answers to those questions for your world, don't forget to fill in the form about your empire linked below. At the end of this series, I'll be reviewing your submissions in a live stream where I'll analyze and discuss the empires you've created. And here's the fun part. My favorite submission of an empire will win a signed copy of my first book, The Hidden Blade. So if you're interested in participating or just want to hear me analyze these community-created empires, make sure to fill out that form. Empires don't fall in a single moment. The decline is a slow unraveling, full of opportunities for storytelling. Whether it's a beleaguered emperor attempting reforms, a rebellion on the frontier, or the rise of a new ruling house, the decline phase offers rich narrative potential. What does the decline of empire look like in your fantasy world? Let me know in the comments. And if you're enjoying this series, hit like, subscribe, and share your thoughts. And don't forget to join my newsletter for exclusive content and updates. Thank you to my amazing channel members who make these videos possible.
So that's it, right? That's the end. Well, no, not quite. First, understand that revolutions and rebellions often fall apart after they succeed. So, to understand what happens after an empire falls, let's watch the post-revolution tensions video and the after empire falls video.
When we think of revolutions, we envision passionate cries for justice, streets filled with protesters, and the eventual overthrow of the oppressive regime. The tyrant falls, the crowds cheer, and then what? The morning after a revolution always seems to lead to bloody civil war and dispute. But why? That is the question I want to try and answer today. Welcome to another episode of Just in Time Worlds with your host, Marie Mullaney. Just before we get started, if you want to help me make more content and read some pretty good fantasy books, check out my books linked below. I've received some solid reviews, especially on Worldbuilding, which is a good thing given I run this channel. So you might even see where I implement some of my own advice in my books. Right, enough of that. Let's talk about the aftermath of revolution, starting with factions. So I'm going to start with a little bit of an odd question here. Why do most revolutions fail? That one is actually easy to answer. The authority that the revolution is aimed at holds all the cards. They have the army, they have the government, they make the laws. And that last point is important. It's why taxation is legal and theft is not, why execution is legal and murder is not, and so on. When the authority does it, it's legal and considered just. When the revolution does it, it's criminal and they'll hunt you down. And the authority has the big stick to make that true, and most people support the authority, especially if their lives are kind of okay. Not great, just not too bad. So, for the authority to lose takes a lot. Generally, it requires the authority itself to lose the will to fight because they lose the trust of those factions that actively prop the authority up. And the only way to get that to happen is for enough people to believe they'd be better off without the authority than with it. So, for the revolution to have any chance, it needs to form a broad church alliance that gives home to all of these people who believe that they'd be better off without the authority. And that's why successful revolutions are rarely monolithic. They're a mosaic of varied factions coming together under a shared ideal. An ideal often general enough to mean different things to different people. A classic example is the French Revolution and their rallying cry of liberty, equality, and fraternity. These sound like fine things, but they are very broadly defined. So broad that it can mean different things to different people. Liberty for a noble might mean release from the oath the king holds him to. Liberty for an urban worker probably means something else entirely. And that, of course, creates the post-revolution tension. Clearly, these factions that make up the revolutionary cadres under the umbrella of the unifying ideal are the key to understanding why revolutions so often end up in bloodshed. So, let's plunge a little deeper into these factions. I am going to borrow some terms from Mike Duncan's excellent podcast on revolutions, which I highly recommend to anyone who has an interest in revolutionary history. Go listen to Mike Duncan's podcast. Okay. At a high level, we can categorize the revolutionaries into the salon revolutionaries, who are the thinkers, the writers, the financiers. Generally, these are educated and they are part of the elite classes. And then we have the street revolutionaries. These are the actual muscle, the protesters, the barricade builders, the mob. If we zoom in a little further, there is even more detail. We can split the salon revolutionaries into the conservative revolutionaries, those who want just a smidgen of change, just enough to keep things stable. They're members of the current ruling class, and they would have taken any hint of reform from the previous regime. They don't really want to revolt. No. They're here because they see no other choice. If you haven't watched my first video on revolutions, which was revolution versus reform, check that out in the information card, and you will see all of the potential off-ramps available to a regime before a revolution actually breaks out. Anyway, back to the Salon revolutionaries. The elite liberals are the moral compass. They genuinely wish for a more egalitarian society or whatever the goals of the revolution is. However, they are still part of the elite class pre-revolution, but they do want change to come. They are itching for deep social reform, but they are not the educated radicals. Now, the educated radicals envision a world remade from its roots, and these guys often bridge the gap between the salon and the street. They have deep ties to street revolutionaries, but they don't come from the street. They generally come from the more elite classes. Speaking of the street side, over here we also have different factions. Mostly we can split them into city workers who are aiming for affordable daily bread and fair pay. Generally, these guys are socially liberal and want society reforms as well as changes in the government. And then we have farmers and peasants who want better prices for their produce and a peaceful life on their land. Generally, these guys are socially conservative and they definitely just want to be left alone to live their lives. Given this diverse tapestry, it is not hard to see where this story is going, right? And indeed, that's why even the rare successful revolutions mostly end up with second wave revolutions, civil war, and other terrible things. And just as a reminder, revolutions are very, very, very rarely successful. Mostly, the authority stamps the revolution into a mud puddle. Anyway, if you've enjoyed this look at factions, hit the thumbs up button and let's talk about the cracks that form in the revolutionary umbrella. So in the broad categories we've painted, the street with its fiery spirit wants to reinvent society. The salon, on the other hand, often leads towards moderation and a return to some semblance of normalcy. However, even in these broad sways, there is nuance. So let's take a look at what our revolutionary factions actually want. Salon conservatives believe that the revolution has done its job once the tyrant is overthrown. Minimal changes are ideal, and they vehemently oppose social reforms. They want a simple return to order with only the absolute minimum reforms that will provide a sop to the mob. The salon elite liberals, on the other hand, advocate for a structured political path to reform. Think of people like the Marquis de Lafayette during the French Revolution, who supported the revolution, but also emphasized restoring order after the first, overthrow of the king. These guys believe that social reform is required, but they don't want to seek the continued violence. They do, after all, have a lot to lose if the mob turns on them, so they want an ordered, structured, patient approach to social reform. And lastly, for the salon, we have the educated radicals. Their thirst for revolution does not end with the first wave. They see potential in aligning with the street, aiming for comprehensive societal upheaval. They often want to ride the revolution to power. However, they don't want the mob to be in the streets as an undirected force. They want it to be controlled, preferably under their control. So people should go home and wait for them to give the signal once more to take to the streets. And that's kind of what the salon's looking for post-revolution. But how about the street side of the equation? The mob often feels sidelined once the immediate revolutionary goal is achieved. Not only do they feel sidelined, but the revolution inevitably betrays the street. Why? Well, because the people are not a monolith. Even if your salon revolutionaries truly, honestly want to help the people, The people have diverse needs, and it makes it impossible to satisfy all of their demands. Just think of our very simplistic urban worker versus peasant farmer. The one wants to sell his bread for more money, the other wants cheap bread. And this is a very simplified example of the competing demands of the people who make up this street level revolutionary. And when the people realize that their aspirations are being ignored, and this might take a while, but when they do realize it, the second wave of revolution, often more violent, follows. Historical examples pretty much bear me out on this. Following the monarchy's downfall in the French Revolution, internal power struggles between the Jacobins, the Girondins, and other factions spiraled into the Reign of Terror. During this time, at least 17,000 people were officially executed by the revolutionaries after the Jacobins took over. And that's just the executions. It's not counting people who died in the Civil War or in the prisons being held pre-trial. Around 300,000 people were arrested. And it's simply because it is such a split, diverse group of people who make up the revolutionary cadres that after the thing that they have united against is overthrown, those cracks widen to the point where no amount of patching will bring them back together. It's kind of inevitable given what you have to do in order to overthrow the authority, that after you've overthrown the authority, the alliance is split apart. But while we've dived pretty deep into the internal strife between the salon and the street, we can't forget the looming shadows of external powers and neighboring countries. These entities often watch revolutions closely, gauging opportunities or threats to their own interest. Just as a wound attracts predators in the wild, the fractures of a post-revolution society can beckon ambitious neighbors or rival nations. These nations or rivals might support a particular faction. For instance, an external power might financially or militarily back the Salon conservatives if they promise trade advantages or political alliances. Or a neighboring country might see benefit in prolonging the chaos, preventing the newly formed state from becoming a potential threat by keeping all the revolutionaries at each other's throat. Or you could even have direct intervention, where you can have invasions or annexation, especially if the revolutionary state has the resources of strategic value. Of course, an external state could also be a place where the elites go to, flee to. And this can result in those elites then fomenting a counter-revolution from the neighboring country. Historically, external powers do sway the post-revolutionary world. So in your fantasy world, consider the geopolitical landscape around the nation that has been in this revolution. What are these countries and what are their goals? In essence, it is important to remember that revolutions are not endpoints. They are volatile chapters in the ever-evolving story of a nation. I think it is pretty much impossible for a revolution to be both successful and not suffer this kind of fracturing in factions that leads to a second wave and often more violent revolution. But maybe I'm wrong. Hit me up in the comments with how you see a revolution potentially unfolding in peace. And those are my thoughts on post-revolution fracturing in fantasy worlds. If you want to say thanks for this video, super thanks is enabled, or you could become a channel member and get early access to my videos. If you enjoyed this video, please do check out my video on palace coups. It really does help the algorithm love me if you do click on those recommended videos, and I will see you soon for another video. Go on, click on that palace coup video. My cat is making you do it. Clicky, clicky the video.
Empires rise and fall, but their stories don't end with their collapse. What comes next? How do the ruins of once mighty empires give birth to something new? Successor states rise, cultures adapt, and the shadows of the past linger. Today, we're exploring what happens after an empire crumbles and how its legacy shapes the future. Welcome to the final episode of Just-in-Time Worldbuilding's Fantastical Empires with your host, Marie Mullaney. When an empire collapses, the central authority that held everything together is gone. What fills that void are successor states, often drawing from the culture, governance, and infrastructure of the empire they replace, combining it with local flavor, of course. Let's explore these successor states in more detail, starting with Rome. After the fall of the Western Roman Empire, the Germanic kingdoms rose, the Ostrogoths in Italy, the Visigoths in Hispania, and the Franks in Gaul. These kingdoms blended Roman governance with their own traditions, creating hybrid cultures. Feudalism emerged towards the end of this period, not as an imperial system, but as a survival mechanism, a decentralized response to the loss of Roman order. Unlike imperialism, which relies on centralized authority and expensive governance, feudalism thrives on localized power and personal loyalty. Lords offered protection and land to vassals in exchange for service, creating a patchwork of allegiances rather than a cohesive state. I joke about this, but it's true. Feudalism is like the pyramid scheme of governance, right? I offer you service, you offer him service, they all offer each other service, all the way up to the dude at the top who is sitting down smiling pretty at all his pyramid scheme members. That's feudalism. Anyway, Roman culture lingered in various ways. The Latin language became the root of Romance languages, and Roman law influenced emerging legal systems in medieval Europe. Even the titles of nobility, such as Duke and Count, have origins in Roman military titles like Dux, leader, and Comes, companion. These titles carried the prestige of Roman authority into the feudal era, linking the new order to the old empire. Even architectural style, like basilicas and aqueducts, continued to shape medieval infrastructure. The culture and institutional remnants of Rome provided a foundation upon which these new societies built their identities. Rome also demonstrates another form for successor states. The Eastern Roman Empire, often referred to as the Byzantine Empire, stood as a direct continuation of Roman governance, albeit on a smaller scale. Centered in Constantinople, it retained many aspects of Roman law, administration, and military structure, while adapting to the evolving needs of the medieval world. The Byzantines preserved classical knowledge, religious traditions, and engineering innovations, acting as a bridge between antiquity and the Renaissance. Their survival for nearly 1,000 years after the fall of the Western Empire underscores how a fragment of an empire can evolve into a resilient and distinct entity, carrying the imperial legacy forward in a new form. And if we go further east, China, the collapse of the Han Empire led to the very chaotic Three Kingdoms period. Wei, Shu, and Wu vied for supremacy, each claiming to be the legitimate heir of the Han. This was not merely a struggle for territorial dominance, but also an ideological battle. Confucian ideals, which had been deeply entrenched during the Han dynasty, continued to play a pivotal role in governance. These ideals emphasized hierarchical relationships, loyalty to rulers, and the moral obligation of leadership. Each kingdom sought to legitimize its rule by adhering to Confucian principles, incorporating them into their bureaucracies and policies. This continuity ensured that even amid fragmentation, the core values of the Han persisted, providing a framework for stability and eventual unification under the Jin dynasty. Moreover, the intellectual and philosophical developments during this period enriched Confucian thought, setting the stage for its further evolution in subsequent dynasties. It should be noticed that the Jin dynasty that unified the empire wasn't fully stable, as the subsequent fragmentation again occurred during the 16 Kingdoms period. But that's a story for another day. Let's turn to fantasy. In Tolkien's Legendarium, the fall of Numenor gave rise to Gondor and Arnor. These kingdoms inherited Numenorian culture, architecture, and governance, but their trajectories diverged. Gondor thrived, while Arnor fragmented into smaller realms. Geography, leadership, and external threats determined the fate of these successor states, a pattern we'll see repeated in history. But before we get to the fate of the successor states, let's talk about the period between the fall of empire and the stability of the successor states, the adaptation period. The fall of an empire isn't just a story of decline, it's a time of adaptation. Societies must find ways to survive, often leading to innovation and transformation. After Rome, Europe faced economic collapse, declining urban centers, and shifting power dynamics. The removal of Roman legions from the provinces left a power vacuum that fundamentally altered the fabric of society. Local lords, often former Roman officials or military leaders, stepped in to fill the void, offering protection in exchange for loyalty and labor. And this laid the groundwork for that wonderful pyramid scheme of feudalism, which thrived on that localized power. Without the legions to maintain roads and secure trade routes, commerce declined, and cities, once hubs of Roman civilization, became smaller and less influential. So basically, everything spread back into the countryside. And it wasn't glamorous, but it worked, providing a decentralized yet functional system of governance and survival. In Italy itself, the immediate aftermath of Rome's fall saw the peninsula fragment into smaller, often warring territories. The Ostrogoths initially attempted to maintain some semblance of Roman governance under leaders like Theodoric the Great, blending Gothic traditions with Roman administrative practices. However, successive invasions by the Byzantines and Lombards further destabilized the region, leading to the rise of city-states such as Venice, Florence, and Genoa. These city-states would later dominate Italian politics and commerce, creating a patchwork of fiercely independent territories that preserved Roman legal and cultural influences while charting their own paths in a fragmented landscape. Our other big successor state, Byzantium, basically just continued after the fall of the Western Roman Empire like nothing had happened. Because the split between Eastern and Western Empire had happened before the fall of the Western Roman Empire. Byzantium was like a shining light of order during the chaos in Europe, exemplified by Justinian's legal reforms and military campaigns. And I spoke about how they got silk in my video on weaving and fantasy, which was the first recorded instance of industrial espionage that I know of anyway. And you really should check out that video in the information card. By the way, if you're interested in Byzantium, there's a great historical fantasy series by Judith Tarr, The Hound and the Falcon, that is partially set in the period of the Fourth Crusade and is a fascinating read. Anyway, let's cast our eyes further east and talk about the Three Kingdoms. In China's Three Kingdoms, warfare drove technological and military innovation. The chaos was devastating, but it also set the stage for eventual reunification and renewal. Military advancements such as the development of repeating crossbows and refined siege tactics reflected the intensity of conflict during this period. There really is nothing like war to drive innovation. Naval strategies became increasingly important as the Yangtze River served as a critical battleground. Beyond technology, the period was marked by strategic brilliance, with figures like Zhuge Liang employing ingenuity in both diplomacy and warfare. And as we spoke about earlier, Confucian ideals continue to play a stabilizing role, offering a moral framework for governance amidst the turmoil. These principles, with their emphasis on loyalty and duty and ethical leadership, enabled the war-torn kingdoms to establish some kind of legitimacy and maintain a semblance of order. Ultimately, the enduring influence of Confucianism and the innovations of this era laid the groundwork for the eventual reunification of the Chinese Empire. Turning to fantasy, Gondor faced its own adaptation period, consolidating power and forging alliances. Successor states like Gondor often need to balance preserving their imperial legacy while addressing the challenges of a new world order. And this meant fortifying their borders against threats like Mordor, while maintaining internal cohesion among its diverse population. And the absence of Númenórean central authority required leaders to adapt to a more fractured landscape, even as they looked back on that time with rose-tinted glasses, as people always do. Gondor's reliance on ancient infrastructure and traditions reflected its efforts to preserve the past while ensuring survival in a volatile Middle-earth. Its alliances, such as those with the Rohan, emphasized the importance of unity among successor states to withstand external pressures and maintain stability. By the way, if you have questions about anything I've mentioned so far, I've got a quarterly newsletter where I explore deeper thoughts on videos and on my writing, and there's also a Q&A section from you, my viewers and readers. The link to sign up for the newsletter is in the description, and you can submit questions on that same link. It's free, so if you want more content from me, sign up today. Okay, enough of that. Back to successor states and their future. Successor states can follow drastically different trajectories in terms of their futures. Some fragment into smaller, self-contained entities, while others unify under a new central authority. Comparing Europe after the fall of the Western Roman Empire to China following the Three Kingdoms period reveals some key reasons for these contrasting outcomes. In Europe, no single state managed to reassert control over the entire continent the way Rome had. Geography played a significant role in this, of course. Mountains, rivers, and dense forests created natural boundaries that encouraged the rise of independent kingdoms rather than a unified empire. Cultural and linguistic diversity further splintered the region, with Germanic, Celtic, and Latin traditions blending but never consolidating. And the feudal system also decentralized power, as local lords often wielded more influence than a distant monarch. While there were attempts at unification, such as those by the Merovingians and the Carolingians, their effort never matched the scale or cohesion of Rome. China, on the other hand, saw the eventual reunification of the Three Kingdoms under the Jin dynasty. Several factors contributed to this outcome. First, China's geography, dominated by vast river systems and fertile plains, facilitated integration and communication. Second, a shared cultural and philosophical framework, particularly Confucianism, provided a unifying ideology that emphasized hierarchy and loyalty to a central authority. This continuity of values enabled successive dynasties to rebuild and maintain centralized governance. And finally, the administrative and bureaucratic systems established during the Han Dynasty were deeply entrenched, offering a ready-made framework for new rulers to assert control. One particularly interesting aspect in the determination of the future of successor states is that role of ideology. In China, Confucianism provided a consistent framework for governance and societal structure, deeply embedding itself within the state apparatus. And this alignment of moral authority and political control helped facilitate the eventual reunification of the Three Kingdoms. In Europe, The core ideology that could have played such a unifying role was Christianity, but it did not. Christianity, while influential and while it did create some unity, played a very different role. Unlike Confucianism, which is tightly integrated with governance, Christianity often acted as a parallel authority to emerging feudal states. The Catholic Church wielded immense power, but it frequently clashed with secular rulers over authority and resources. And this created fragmentation rather than unity. Furthermore, the Church's focus on spiritual salvation and the afterlife offered less direct guidance for governance compared to Confucianism's emphasis on ethical rulership and social hierarchy. I don't have any huge studies to base this on. I was just looking at the two cultures side by side when I was researching this video, and I was like, man, they both have a unifying ideology, but the one is very, very focused on the state and governance. And Christianity's focus was obviously not on that. I mean, if you look at the texts in the Bibles, the only things that really speak to governance is things like render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and, slaves obey your masters, and those kinds of verses. So there wasn't this direct guidance on governance. And that's why I think that they played different roles and why the ideology of Europe never really meshed again. And I'd be very interested in your opinion on that topic down below. Do you agree with me? Do you think I'm missing something in the ideological differences between the two continents after the fall of their big empires? Let me know in the comments. Geography and political fragmentation exacerbated these differences in Europe. The lack of centralized power structures allowed regional lords and monarchs to exercise authority independently, often at great odds with the church, as witnessed by, so many conflicts. By contrast, in China, successive dynasties could leverage Confucianism ideals to maintain a unified state apparatus, even after periods of fragmentation. So when you are creating your post-imperial fantasy landscape, consider your ideological unification of the empire, right? And what happens after the split? And does it lead to reunification, or does it support more fragmentation? This can add depth and realism to your successor states. The collapse of empire does bring chaos, but it also creates opportunities for new powers to emerge. Chaos is a ladder and all that. The end of Rome's central authority paved the way for new kingdoms, and feudal kingdoms arose and eventually gave rise to the Renaissance and, the Europe we know today. These new states preserved some fragments of the old empire while forging their own paths. China's three kingdoms saw the rise of legendary strategists like Zhonglong, whose innovations left a lasting impact on Chinese culture and history. In fantasy, the fall of Numenor allowed Gondor and Arnor to become beacons of hope in Middle-earth, shaping the fight against Sauron. Successor states don't just inherit the past, they also create the future. So what does all that mean for you, the fantasy world builder? Ask, when you are building your post-empire landscape, ask yourself, what defines the identity of your successor states? Do they cling to the old empire's legacy, or do they forge something entirely new? Which remnants of the empire persists? Its culture, its technology, its governance model, its ideology. How do the people of the former empire adapt to a world without centralized rule? And if you know the answers to those questions, don't forget to fill in the form about your empire linked below. At the end of the series, I'll be reviewing your submissions in a live stream where I'll analyze and discuss the empires you've created. And here's the fun part. My favorite submission of an empire will win a signed copy of my first book, The Hidden Blade. So if you're interested in participating or just want to hear me analyze these community-created empires, make sure to fill out that form. Empires may fall, but their echoes linger, shaping the worlds they leave behind. For a world builder and a storyteller, this is a rich narrative vein to tap into, and it's well worth considering how empires have played out in the history of your world and how they have shaped the subsequent successor states. Or you might have an existing empire that is somewhere in its life cycle right now, and considering how it plays out, how that life plays out, can create fantastic plot potential. So, I hope you've enjoyed this episode and this series. If you have, hit like, subscribe, and consider joining the channel for early access to videos and exclusive world building resources. And thank you to all of the amazing members of my channel for making this series possible. And a special shout out to my Build It in Stone and Build It in Wood members, who are the real MVPs. If you're hungry for more world building, check out my video on using history to create a fantasy plot, or whatever the algorithm is recommending for you right now. And I will see you soon for another episode from Just in Time World Building, where we build what we need, when we need it.
And that's it. That's my complete guide to empires in fantasy, at least for now. Did you make it all the way here? What did you think? Put it in the comments. And what do you think I should tackle next as the ultimate guide? If you want to explore the sovereign model in more detail, there is a link to my blog post on my website where I do that down below.